audio feed, but I'm mobile, and so I dialed in through the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Have we heard from Alder Carter or Alder Figueroa Cole? No.
I'll resend those invites.
Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole said she couldn't find the link. So I assume if you resent it, she'll probably get it again.
Yep, I will confirm via email here.
Okay, let's call to order the Finance Committee meeting of Tuesday, September 13th, 2022, and I'll ask Dave to please call the roll.
Council President Furman,
Present.
Alder Carter,
Present.
Alder Verveer,
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole,
Here.
Alder Vitiver,
Present.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so our only item on today's meeting is the 2023 executive capital budget. We'll continue with our agency briefings, but I understand that finance staff want to do a short introductory briefing to answer some questions first. So I'll turn it over to you, Dave and Christine.
Thank you, Mayor. We had prepared a few slides to just clarify the capital budget expense types and funding sources. A question came up about this on this topic yesterday, and we thought it would be helpful to do a quick primer. before going back to our briefings. I touched on this in my overview presentation and where to find this information within the agency sections, but just to recap, for the expense types, we have about 16 expense types that for capital budget items that indicate whether it's a bike path, equipment, or something else. Projects might be across multiple expense categories. So I have here an example from an engineering project that includes land, sewer, stormwater, streets, and water improvements. There is a summary table in the front of the budget section that has a breakdown of the entire budget by expense type, and that's on page 10 of the budget. And we do have a summary in each of the agency sections that shows the agency totals by expense type, but we don't have a breakdown by project. So if you wanted to know how a certain project broke down, you wouldn't find this level of detail within the budget. We do have that data available. So if you're interested on a specific project, we're happy to provide that. We only have so many pages. So that's one area where you will find the detail. On the funding side, we have 19 funding categories that we often roll up into larger categories. So geo borrowing includes general fund supported and non-general fund supported borrowing. Intergovernmental is county, state, federal sources, and other sources like the room tax. Other has a bunch of smaller categories, including developer funding, impact fees, special assessments, and tip increment. And then we have reserves applied and revenue bonds. And some of these are the 19 categories that we show in the book in the summary page. Some of these have even further breakdowns for revenue bonds. In our data, we might distinguish between sewer and stormwater, for example. And similar to funding types, or similar to expense types, projects can have multiple funding sources. And using the same example of engineering High Point Raymond Woodtown Road project, you can see that there are many sources for this project. And we do, similar to expense types, we do have a citywide summary on page 10 of the budget book, and the agency sections show the agency-wide summary as well as a project level breakdown of funding source. So you do have that detail right in the book. Within this other category, a relatively small funding source is transferred in from the general fund, within the reserve supply, there's transferred from general fund, and that relates to one of the policies that's covered in the beginning of the book that we just wanted to clarify. So Dave, if you can explain how this works.
I'll try, Christine. So we apply what are called general debt reserves to pay debt service. And typically those general debt reserves are related to what's called a reoffering premium that we receive when we sell our debt. So when we sold debt last week, we received a reoffering premium of a little over $6 million. Under state law, that reoffering premium needs to be deposited in our debt service fund and used to pay debt service. So we then apply that amount to pay debt service. That then has the effect of creating room under the levy limit that can be used for either capital or operating purposes. Under the Madison General Ordinances, the amount that's applied from general debt reserves that's used to pay debt service, an amount equal or at least equal to that needs to be used for capital projects unless the council, by a separate 2/3 vote during the budget, approves using a different amount. In effect, not using all of that created levy room for capital purposes. For the last, I think 3 budgets, the council, and for the 2022 budget that most of you participated in, there was a vote that allowed the ordinance to be superseded and that requirement to not be fulfilled. With the executive budget, you'll see here that there are 2 projects that are funded from this basically direct appropriation from the general fund. They total about 1.1 million. You'll notice that's about 5 million less than what was deposited in the debt service fund related to the premium. That means that sort of levy room is in effect available for the operating budget and will be applied in the operating budget because an amount similar to that was applied in the 2022 budget. That will require a vote, again, a 2/3 vote. And if you recall, that's a separate vote that happens when the budget is adopted and the budget resolution is adopted. So we just wanted to give you that background that category of transfer in from the general fund is related to that purpose, and that these are the 2 projects that are funded from that source in the 2023 executive capital budget. Well, so that's the presentation. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Questions for finance? All right, seeing none. Then we'll shift to our agency briefings, and we're continuing with the administration agencies, and we'll start with Mayor's office. And since I am chairing, I'm going to ask Jessica Price to take it away.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be kicking off this session of budget briefings. So I am going to be presenting on the Mayor's Office capital budget, which is, how we fund our sustainability and resilience work here at the city. And so you'll see that our capital budget is holding steady. There are no big surprises there. So if you want to go to the next slide, I can talk a little bit about what all this is going toward. So as we included in our program description, we are really working toward 3 big goals in the Sustainability and Resilience Program: reaching the city's goal of 100% renewable energy and net zero carbon emissions for city operations by 2030 and community-wide by 2050, improving our resilience to the direct and indirect impacts of climate change, and reducing our overall environmental impact while also centering equity and environmental justice. So you'll see that our projects really fall into these 6 programmatic categories: improving building energy efficiency, renewable energy, electrification, sustainability, sort of supporting our program overall, zero waste, and climate resilience. And these projects were prioritized and budgeted to align with the Sustainability and Resilience Initiative's 2023 work plan. So all of these programs and projects are in service of the city's renewable energy and climate commitments, as well as furthering the 100% renewable Madison plan and the resilient element of the comprehensive plan. So you'll see how, we have some of our programmatic descriptions here that include the projects under each of these programs, and really what we're doing to advance each of those. And if you want to go to the next slide, I'll talk about kind of what's new for 2023, so you can get a sense of how we are growing the program. So our new projects include the large commercial building energy savings program, which is to implement commercial building benchmarking and tune-ups program, which is aimed at supporting commercial building owners for reducing their carbon footprint, reducing energy use, and saving money. We are working on, we want to have a new greenhouse gas inventory. Our last greenhouse gas inventory was from 2015. And so we want to be able to track our progress and have science-based directions for moving forward, and expanding our master recycler program. That's a really successful award-winning program, and we want to make that program now available as a Spanish language class as well. Those are our new projects. And then our new programs include building electrification, which is really helping us develop a strategic path forward for equitably electrifying buildings in Madison. So moving away from fossil fuels and piloting a program for air source heat pumps, which are more energy efficient and is electrifying heating in buildings similar to Madison's Group Buy program. So we've had success with deploying renewable energy, and now we want to pilot that program for electrifying part of our building energy components as well. I also have a list here of some of our grant funded projects, which are not part of our geo borrowing, but just to let you know that we are funding a good deal of our climate work with grant support as well. So that's always on our radar. So that is sort of the bigger picture here, and I would be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Jessica. Are there questions for Jessica? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Thank you. Oh, Alder Carter, under the wire.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Jessica, can you tell me I think it was the Madison solar program.
Mhm.
Are we seeing an increase in interest for that program?
We have that program is always uses its we don't really have to beat the bushes necessarily to go get folks to sign up for that program. It's always fully subscribed, and we last year we included an expansion of that program so we could increase its reach in the community. So just as a reminder for folks, that program funds helps to fund solar and reduce the cost for folks to install solar on their homes, on businesses, and for nonprofits. So it's really on almost any kind of building in our community. And so we're hoping to, like I said, replicate that model also to start with the air source heat pumps as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, then thank you, Jessica. And we'll go on to IT. Director Edgerton is here. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, Mayor. Nice to see you again today. So my name is Sarah Edgerton, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. And of course, with me today is Amanda List-Johan, who is the IT Administrative and Budget Manager and my right-hand person. And I am very pleased to present the IT 2023 capital request. IT's 2023 capital requests support the city's growing technology needs while continuing to enable current and then future strategic technology planning for our city. Our budget proposals focus on acquiring and upgrading legacy technology systems to support both our city business partners and Madison residents. And as noted in my transition memo, we actually had a key theme for the 2023 capital request for IT, and that's digital modernization, which I will go into a little further in detail. Next slide, please, Christine. So for major changes, there is a definite increase in demand for both services and inflation for several of our programs. So in our AV systems program, as you can well imagine, there is a high demand throughout the city and throughout the state and across the world for AV systems. And so services is higher, and so is the hardware and the software. Fiber and wireless program, there is a definite increase in services and in the time and materials. So we're seeing inflation and then also a delay in work getting completed. And then with our property assessment system, when we first put in the request for the property assessment system, that was pre-COVID and pre-software inflation increases. And so we're asking for 100,000 more so that we can meet the needs of our new property assessment system. And then we also did some just paperwork basically and combined our digital workplace and our workstation equipment lifecycle management program. We saw that the workstation equipment program really fit very well into the digital workplace as we've been expanding that program. So we just combined it into one program so that we have fewer programs for all of you to keep track of. And then we had a decrease in funding of $300,000 in our network operations and infrastructure lifecycle management program. And this is due to the smart cost savings that we have been doing in the last 2 years. So both in 2021 and 2022, we were able to do some purchases that then helped us to have decreases this year. And then we also reprioritized some projects for this year. Major changes for 2024, and this was noted in my introduction, is that as we are investing in this modernization, we are looking at cloud migration for some of our key business solutions. And part of this is our desire to move to cloud services so that we have better security, we have more uptime, but also because several of our vendors have informed us that they're no longer going to be supporting on-prem solutions. So we have to plan out that move to getting these systems. One of those key ones is the enterprise timekeeping that's used for public safety and public works, our Chronos system. So we have a several years project plan for that. And the other two that we're looking at is our Acela licensing and permitting system, as well as the ERP Munis Tyler system. Next slide, please, Christine. So we use in IT the Run, Grow, Transform, Gartner's 3 key IT components for how we do our budgeting. And so we start with Run, which is, of course, for IT, that's going to be the majority of our budget. And that is keeping the lights on for the city. It is making sure that our network is strong, that we are strong in our security and risk and compliance, that we're continuing to run our network, that we're doing the maintenance that needs to be done, that we're continuing to provide digital accessibility and engagement, that we're providing workstations, printers, cameras, so that you can all see each other, and the database lifecycle management program, which is making sure that that we have databases for all of our software. And then for Grow is our AV systems, which was a new program last year that was introduced. And this is what is providing our hybrid meetings and our digital signage that you see at Metro bus stops, in Madison Municipal Building, and the City County Building. And then our Enterprise Business Solutions, which is our software systems. And then our major project for transformation is our property assessment system replacement at that $100,000 that I spoke of. Next slide, please. Thanks, Christine. And so the additional program that we are adding on came after we actually did our memo. And this came out of the need to really acknowledge that our digital security cameras and our traffic engineering cameras are an enterprise-wide system, and that our agencies should not be trying to do both the purchase and the replacement and then trying to take care of the maintenance. And that instead we should have 2 accounts, one in traffic engineering to support the city's traffic cameras, and then one in IT to support the digital security cameras. So we're doing this as a collaborative program with traffic engineering. It's going to have funding that will go to traffic engineering and to IT, but we are going to be sharing this as a program together. And as you can see, we have some large dollar amounts in 2023 and 2024, and then it will lower itself down, and then it goes back up as we look at these replacements. So we are on the upswing of higher replacements for those cameras coming in 2023. And that is all I have for my presentation.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there questions for IT? Alder Carter?
Yes, I have a couple questions for you, Sarah. You mentioned Munis. Didn't we upgrade Munis a couple years ago or in the last budget? I just can't remember. I know that we transitioned water utility to Munis, but didn't we also upgrade it?
So we've done upgrades to software, which is,
Oh.
part of what we need to do to keep,
Mhm.
those systems current is definitely for security because those are our financial systems and for introducing some of the new modules that are part of that. But then we also are working on both the water utility billing system and then our property tax system. So, or not, excuse me, the tax system, not property tax system.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And so when you talk about the three areas that's going to the cloud, are those specific companies that were listed cloud-based, or can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. So those are three of our large enterprise systems that all have cloud-based services,
Okay.
and for several of them, things that we are looking at that we want to add, they only have them offered if we go to the cloud solution. So that is another key piece for us in wanting to move forward. We are all ready for Legistar. That is now a cloud solution. And so now that opens us up for our legislative system to get some more solutions as well.
Okay. And since you mentioned Legistar, would that give us added what do I want to say, tools to Legistar since we're going to the cloud, or no?
So it will, and in fact, I will be speaking about that at the CCC meeting tomorrow night. So
Well,
yes.
I'll have to make that prestigious meeting. Let's talk about for real quickly is the AV system that is expanding. So for that one, I know you talked about the digital signs and stuff, but what other things are involved in expanding the AV system?
Sure.
And you
So-
also talked about hybrid meetings, so I know that.
Yeah. So those are two of the really big ones. I think that there is discussion as part of the AV system, just so you're aware, part of that program is to also bring in some of the maintenance and some of the coding that has been done externally by our vendor and by vendors, and so that we have a more cohesive system for that. Other things that are part of that is we have our Crestron remote monitoring and controlling system, which is part of the overall hybrid system. And then we also have the replacement of AV equipment. It's heavily used. It gets replaced just like we do with our workstations. And then we have some staff salaries on there as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Vitiver.
Anybody who knows me knows I'm not afraid to display my ignorance. So when you put fiber and wireless network, are we just talking about city buildings? Like, we are not trying to fiber and network anything in the community, right? It's just city property, right?
It's only city facilities.
Cool.
Yes, but there's quite a few, by the way.
Alder Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Sarah. Can you give us an update on the Microsoft 365 project that looks like it's going to just be reauthorized for next year?
Sure. So we have a consultant that we brought in, and the consultant is going to be working on two key pieces to begin with, which is the licensing piece of making sure that we are purchasing what we want to purchase and standing up the tenant. So those are two of the really big pieces that this vendor is going to be working on.
And what's the ETA for that?
Well, it's in contract right now. So that I think really depends on, quite frankly, I don't think that it's going to take that long to get the contract through, since the vendor seemed to be pretty open to what we had to do. So it's just making sure that the attorney's office has the time slated with all of the other projects that they're working on to get this completed. So I don't want to give a timeline for the attorney's office, because I know that they're working on several big contracts, is what I'm trying to say to you.
Sure, I apologize, and I interrupted you. I think you were going to say something before I interrupted you. Okay.
Go ahead.
So then after that component, what's the timing to start moving city services to Microsoft 365?
Well, the hope is that we can start doing those in first quarter, like looking at, so the first thing that we're going to be doing is email. So that, and we're hoping to get that started. I mean, Dave Faust has a plan to get that started in as soon as we get the tenant in place. So I'm thinking that probably first quarter of next year is a realistic timeline. I don't like to promise dates if we're not going to meet them.
Sure. So, but for our budget perspective, obviously the capital budget then reflects, and then the operating budget that we will see in about a month will reflect a migration starting probably around early next year.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Amanda and Sarah. Thanks for the presentation. Alderperson Carter beat me to my annual question about the progress of our Munis ERP system implementation, but I was hoping that Dave and Sarah, you could provide a little more detail. You already mentioned briefly the utility billing and Tyler tax modules. Could you be a little more specific as to how the implementation is proceeding as of today on those? And are there other phases after we're done with the Tyler utility billing and tax module?
Sarah, do you want me to?
Sure. You want to do on the first two and I'll go on the third question? How's that?
Sure.
Okay.
So the water utility, the utility billing project is proceeding. There's a number of issues that need to be worked through with systems that attach to this. So there's, information that gets fed in from the, the meters and things like that. All of that needs to be fed into the billing system. So that is being worked through right now, as well as what the bill itself will look like. We got a number of late requests from engineering, for example, to have more detail on the bill. And that takes time and needs to be worked through. We have done, over a dozen what are called conversion passes, where we've fed data into the system and working through, how is that coming out? We are able to produce a bill right now. It's really a matter of getting these sort of auxiliary systems and their data to feed in, so that then the sort of public facing access is available. So the go live is set for early December. And I will kind of caution that we will go live. There is a possibility that the public may not be able to access all of the data in the way that they have in the past, but that may follow within a month or two. Hopefully it can all get up and running, but some of these interactions with other third-party vendors is taking some time, and quite frankly, they're trying to extract a lot of money from the city to do the work. So we're working through those issues, but I think the project is proceeding well, and we've got a lot of support from Tyler on it. We've been dedicating a lot of time from both finance and IT to be sure there's enough resources assisting the water utility with this. So that, I think, is coming along. The tax system implementation, I think, is probably proceeding at a little better pace, and it will also be going live over the next few months and ready for the tax bills that will be issued this December. There are some interactions with utility billing, obviously, in terms of any sort of unpaid water bills that then have their unpaid municipal services bills. Whatever portion of those needs to be put on to the property tax bill, and that's being worked through as well. And then I'll let Sarah go into this in a little more detail, but once these phases are done, we'll probably move to general billing, which is also a component of the what the city purchased as a part of the munis license. So that would be things like room taxes and things like that. So Sarah, I don't know if you want to, I'm sure you have some things to add to that.
Well, you did a great job as always, Dave. The other two pieces to that would be, we have the resident self-service module that needs to be stood up as well. So that's what the residents will use to access both their tax bill and their water utility bill. And then as we add on other bills, as Dave was saying, with the general billing module, we'll be able to do that. Sort of a one-stop shop for that. The other thing that we're going to be working on in first quarter of 2023 with both finance and parking utility is the monthly parking permit, and that will be as part of that general billing module.
Thank you both very much for the comprehensive update. Lastly, Sarah, do you mean residential parking permits or the monthly parking permits for garages and lots, or all of the above?
We're going to start with the monthly parking in the garages because they don't have an online payment option right now. And then there may be discussion on other things. The residential RP3 is in Acela today.
Acela, and it will stay in Acela.
That's the path right now. We'll see as we move forward with the general billing, if it makes sense to move that over as well.
And the general billing and the resident self-service module, those would both be implemented in 2023 or beyond?
The intent is that the resident self-service is actually part of the water utility and the tax. Okay. Yeah.
And the general billing is next year?
Yeah, that would be in 2023.
Okay, thank you very much again, both of you. The next area I wanted to ask you about is cameras, fun stuff. So could you help me understand the difference? And I appreciate it very much. You presented the quote camera lifecycle management program as a new project for next year. But then of course in current year capital budget, we have the quote camera management system with $750,000 that, according to the wonderful new budget book presentation, and thank you, Christine and budget team, for this improvement as was discussed yesterday. On page 96 of the budget book, if this is correct, we haven't spent any money this year from the camera management system line item. So the first question is, what's the difference between current year project camera management system and next year proposed project camera lifecycle management?
I'm so excited you asked that question.
So I have a lot of camera questions, so get ready for more excitement. Thank you.
You are so welcome. Okay, so what we asked for last year in 2022, for 2022, was the replacement of the software that oversees and manages all of the cameras. So that includes both the traffic engineering cameras and then the digital security cameras. So it is the administration of the cameras. It provides the opportunity to view the cameras, to adjust the camera from the software itself. We had a legacy system. It was end of life and we needed a replacement. Boyce Johnson from the media team has been working on a very intensive but very enterprise-wide RFP. He interviewed, I can't begin to tell you how many different agencies to ask them what their needs were for this camera management software system so that we could try to make sure that we were addressing the business needs of our customers. And so he has the RFP out, and we just got done with the first round of questions from our vendors and should be moving into looking at the RFP results in the next couple weeks. And then the hope is to actually get the contract signed this year and to start implementing it, the project probably at the end of the year into 2023. And it's a big lift. The program that we are introducing this year is actually for the replacement of the hardware. So the replacement of the camera itself and then the maintenance on that camera. That is the difference between the two.
Thank you for explaining that. And my thanks to Boyce. I'll be sure to thank him for all of his hard work next time I see him. So up until next year in this new, and I appreciate it's funded in every year of the SIP in the out years, the camera lifecycle management. What funding mechanism has IT used to replace our end of life cycle cameras up until now then?
So we weren't really funding them. That was being funded by the agencies, and some agencies put money in and some agencies didn't. And so then it was also falling to traffic engineering, and they were funded for some of it. And then they were also finding the funds within extra funding sources that they had to help pay for replacement of those cameras and or the maintenance. So their staff did a lot of the maintenance. And there's, there's quite a few cameras that are old. And so, there was not I want to say there was not a clear direction when the camera system was put in many years ago about how we were going to pay for the replacement of cameras and then the maintenance. And so what this program provides is some direction and that strategic planning so that we understand what we have, what assets we have, when they need to be replaced, and that we make sure that we're following that.
Yes, that's a wonderful history of the frustration that I've felt as an outsider in a way, talking to folks that are trying to work on a daily basis with their city cameras and they're just not functional in so many cases, at least especially downtown that I'm aware of. So moving forward, are we actually literally assigning each camera either to TE or MPD or water utility, et cetera, or, in the case of the newly installed or soon to be installed city clerk's office, security cameras for ballot security purposes? Are these literally assigned to respective agencies, and then TE would engage in inter-D billing for the maintenance of them, or how would all that work, please?
Yep. So we are going to do the non-enterprise cameras. So we will take care of all cameras that are not part of non-enterprise. So water utility, sewer utility. We will be responsible for the maintenance and the replacement, but the agencies are still going to be responsible for the management of the camera, who has access to the camera, and the placement of the camera. So in the example with the clerk's office, when the clerk's office has to fill out the annual surveillance report, it will be their responsibility to say that they have that camera out front, who was trained, what kind of access they have. If the camera goes down, the clerk's office will put in a request to the help desk, and then it will be our responsibility to send out the vendor to fix the camera and or replace the camera. Traffic engineering will be responsible for the traffic engineering cameras that run the traffic engineering system. And they will take care of those, and they will have funding for that, for their replacement.
Do you know about how many are then assigned to MPD? Like, how do you designate, say, Gorham and Johnson Streets as traffic versus public safety in the law enforcement sense?
Right. I'm going to let Amanda speak to some of this because she's been working with traffic engineering on that and has pulled together all of the numbers. So I would feel more comfortable having her answer that question.
Hello. I don't have offhand how many each agency has in front of me, but I will gladly pull that information together for you guys tomorrow and make sure it's sent out. Sarah or I can send it out to you all. I wasn't expecting that question.
Thank you. Well, sorry to surprise you. And there's no rush. I don't want you, going over and above to put something together just for our consumption. But it's an interesting question. So my background, and apologies to everyone that was in our meeting last night when the police department was here, but I asked this question of the MPD because literally officers on the street have pulled me aside and expressed concerns about the condition of the Central Police District camera system. And as you are probably both well aware, MPD had to find the money in their budgets to do emergency replacement and repairs of certain cameras this year. So as I understand it, moving forward, MPD would not, since they're a non-enterprise agency, they would not be expected to have any of their either capital or operating budgets devoted to cameras, even if, as Amanda's gone through this whole plan, they are designated an MPD camera. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. So they will be responsible for letting us know if a camera is down. With the new camera management system, though, we will have more robust reporting. So that should take care of a lot of that as well for us. That's another thing of this legacy system is that we are, our reporting is not as robust as we would like.
Thank you. This has all been very helpful. Yeah, the police department, the Central Police District actually sent me invoices and quotes for the work they've done and the work that they'd like to do, but they don't have the money to do it this year, where they've used a third party, vendor to do the work. And I know part of the issue, and I'll be asking Yang about this yet today, of course, in this forum, is that the electrical staff, the electricians at TE, have been very short-staffed. There have been a lot of vacancies, which has led to the police department having to find private sector electricians to do this work. So anyway, I appreciate that very much. I hope this will make tremendous strides and improvements. The last question about this I just want to ask is, so again, we'll use the city clerk's office as the example. Would this project, if we want a new camera, and obviously we have an ordinance that's codified in the last couple of years that lays out a process of notification and so on and so forth, as we went through with the city clerk's office camera most recently, would this project, Sarah and Amanda, cover new cameras as well, or how would those be funded? I see Amanda shaking her head no.
It will still be the responsibility of the agency to pay for the first camera. So it's very similar to how we do any of our other life cycle management. So for a workstation, the agency is responsible for the first purchase, and then we pick up the replacements.
Okay, so Mary Beth actually found in her operating budget money for her camera. Is that how it worked?
I'm not really sure what the financing was for that. I just took care of the part of this is surveillance, and so we needed to go through what the process was.
Yes, I was involved in those emails. Yeah. Okay, interesting question. I won't prolong this. I really appreciate the education. I've asked camera questions for years at these meetings, and it's always been a puzzle figuring out how we get this done. I hope that this initiative will really set the table, and the new software will really make a big difference moving forward. So thank you both. And I won't talk about the assessor's office camera system, something that we've talked about all the years I've served on this committee. So I'm glad that that's finally being implemented too. Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Fair.
Thank you. You can hear me, right? Awesome. Okay. Hi, Sarah. I just have a question. You mentioned the database lifecycle management program, and in the budget, you do call out the data warehouse project, but you didn't talk about it. So I wonder if you could just give us a little bit about what you're planning for that. And I also want to just say, if you don't know, I don't work for Civis Analytics anymore, so everything is good.
Well, that was a sigh of relief. No. So in 2024, we have money in there, and that is to hire a consultant, and that consultant's going to be working with Ellie Anderson and Dave Faust and Ricky and a couple other people from my team to work on what we are looking for a data warehouse. And, my guess is that it's obviously going to have to access, and, one of the big pieces is it going to be on-prem, or are we going to do cloud? I think we're going to probably do cloud, and that's something we want this consultant to look at, but then also to help us figure out what are the appropriate steps moving forward with what we should be trying to bring in first and second, and how we're going to do that. And then also probably this consultant's going to help to build any of the integrations that we need, just because we don't have enough staff.
Okay, I think that's good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for IT? Seeing none. Thank you, Sarah and Amanda. Good to have you here. And we will go on to engineering and all of the engineering things. And we start in the engineering world with the bike and ped. And it looks like that's Jim.
Yep,
Jim, is that you?
That'd be me, and Chris Pedikowski's on too. We kind of both worked on preparing this. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Wolf, Principal Engineer in our Streets and Paths section. Our summary for our pedestrian and bicycle budget is shown here. We are proposing a bit of an increase over the approved or the adopted 2022 SIP, primarily for a few new projects, and also take into account inflation on a few items. So in 23, we're looking at about 10.8 million. I'll get into some of the major changes here in the next couple of slides. If you could advance, Christine. Thank you. So in terms of new requests, we do have the Badger Rusk path. So this is a path connection between an existing overpass to the Beltline and kind of getting into the neighborhood around the Alliant Energy Center. We had applied for a federal transportation alternatives program grant, which we were awarded this year. So we do have this in our budget, looking at construction in 2025 and doing some preliminary design work and things starting in 23. Also new is the West Town Path Phase 2. So this runs parallel to the Beltline in between Gammon and High Point. And this is kind of a major connection for us, as we are planning to build out Phase 3 in 23 as well. So it's kind of complete the connection between Whitney Way and Junction Road. This is a project where we anticipate applying for additional federal funds. And since this is kind of a primary major connection in the city of Madison, we do think we will eventually be awarded funds. There's a fair amount of federal money out there for just part of the bipartisan infrastructure law and things. So in particular for these types of projects that are less car focused and more active transportation focused. And similarly, a new request is the Cap City Trail segment 5 to 6, which goes from Wagon Trail to east of the interstate. So similar to West Town Path Phase 2, this is a project we are anticipating getting federal funds for. In terms of some major changes, the Autumn Ridge Path project, which is planned for construction in 24, we did increase the budget request by about $1.5 million, just due to inflation costs, primarily on steel. A major component of that project is a new structure over Highway 30. That's by far the bulk of that project. So as prices were consistently rising on steel and in particular in these prefabricated type structures. We did increase the request for that project. Also, we've added or advanced the Hermina Street Ped Bike project into 23 for the request of the Darbo-Worthington NRT. And similar to Autumn Ridge, with this being primarily a steel structure type project, we did increase the request by about $140,000. Throughout the program, there was a decrease in the overall funding by $350,000 or so for our bikeways program. And that program focuses more on maintenance and new path construction. And then there's also an increase in total cost of the Troy Drive Railroad Bridge. We are getting about $3 million, I believe, from the state. And that was a major component of our 23 increased costs that you saw in the previous page. In terms of horizon list changes, we did pull out the Old Sauk Trail overpass from the horizon list. It's not really on our radar at the moment anymore, but potentially could be added in back again in the future. Next slide. In terms of prioritization, top priority for us was the sidewalk program. That is the program where citywide we're doing sidewalk replacement and maintenance, constructing new ramps and new sidewalk where we can. So this really is important to maintaining safe pedestrian facilities, as well as making sure we're maintaining ADA compliance or upgrading areas that currently aren't ADA compliant to be compliant. Then the next priority was projects that we are receiving federal and state funding for. So this is Main Street Bike Boulevard improvements and previously mentioned Westtown Path Phase 3. Those were previously awarded funds through that federal Transportation Alternatives Program. Then other projects receiving federal funds or state funds are the Troy Drive Bridge, Autumn Ridge Path, and also the previously mentioned Badger Rusk Path. Then also in terms of priorities, we did have a couple of NRT specific project requests being the Hermina Street Bike and Ped Bridge, as well as that Troy Drive Railroad Bridge. So really this program is trying to advance our active transportation options throughout the city and making sure we're providing good, safe, connected facilities throughout the city. Really, we are working a lot with our Vision Zero program and our high injury network to help prioritize these projects. And that goes into our grant applications as well. So Autumn Ridge, Main Street, the Badger Rusk Path were all projects that help improve safety along that high injury network. Another quick thing to note is we are looking at adjusting our special assessment policy for street construction. So this could have an impact on, there's an item in there for the Safe Routes Grant, which currently funds new sidewalk construction in parts of the city that were annexed, I think, prior to 1981. So when we're doing reconstruction projects under our current assessment policy, sidewalks would be assessed to adjacent property owners at 100%. And then that grant program is currently funding 50% of those new sidewalk costs. So if that sidewalk or if that assessment policy does get updated, that Safe Routes Grant funding may have to get updated as well to account for the new policy. So I think that's it in terms of presentation summary of our Ped Bike budget for this year. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Jim. Are there questions for engineering? For this section of engineering? Alder Carter. Alder, you're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. If you can go back to the Badger Rusk Path and also the Vision Zero for the same Badger Rusk. Can you tell me, first of all, where the path is going to connect to the other paths in that area?
Certainly. So right now there is an existing pedestrian bike overpass of the Beltline that connects to West Badger Road. This is in between Park Street and Rimrock.
Mm-hmm.
So this path would connect in to that existing overpass, run along Badger Road, and then up North Rusk Avenue and get into the neighborhood connecting into like Coster, where we're on low volume local streets. West Badger Road is on our high injury network. So this improves safety for our more vulnerable road users along West Badger Road. And then as we're looking at other grant applications, we are looking at expanding this connection either further west along Badger Road and potentially further east along Badger Road to connect into ultimately there's a path along the, I'll call it southerly side of Rimrock Road. So right now this would be a neighborhood connection to an existing overpass with an intersection improvement, we'll call it, for the overpass. And that was something that was awarded federal funds for.
Okay. And then for Vision Zero, are you lowering the speed limit on Badger Road?
That's not part of that particular project, but that's something that I could mention to the Vision Zero team as something that we could look into.
Well, I thought I saw it listed under Vision Zero. Was I looking at it incorrectly?
No, it was more because this is a project to help improve safety along a street that's on the high injury network identified.
Oh,
by Vision
okay.
Zero.
I get it. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Certainly.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thanks, Mayor. Hey, Jim. Just real quick regarding the Hermina project that's now in 2023. Was that in the SIP anywhere at all before or on the horizon list?
I believe last year it was out in 2025, I believe. Is that correct, Chris?
I was going to say 27. It was in the SIP. But,
maybe.
it was way out there. Yeah. And the NRT asked us to move it up.
Is it necessary in your mind to move it up to this coming year, or could we postpone it to another year? Just trying to start looking at ways of reducing our borrowing at this point. And, you know, $500,000 here, soon you're talking about real money, and I appreciate responding to requests from the NRT. That's the importance of having neighborhood resource teams to give that kind of ground level feedback. But moving something up from 2026 to 2023 seems one way of responding. But if we moved it up to 25 or 24, we'd still be showing that we're responding to the concerns of the NRT, but perhaps balancing that request against the many other needs in our community. So I'm just wondering, is this something that if it were postponed a year, it would present a tremendous hardship in your mind?
So I just looked, and we did have it in 27 in last year's SIP, and I think it probably could be delayed to 24 or moved up to 24, depending on how you look at it, right? That we have heard a lot of feedback from folks that are in that Hawthorne Library area, trying to get across the creek there and having a kind of a hardship, and some people even just walking through the creek. So could it get pushed a year? I suppose. Yeah, it certainly could. It was I think a good connection, and I guess you guys have a lot of tough choices, so I understand.
Well, it's just a question. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm going to push for that, but I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Did you have another question, or is your hand still up?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have another question, and I'm going to continue Alder Tagg's question regarding that. So you have it pushed into 2023, and have you already started the planning and everything that goes into that?
We have started a little bit. We've collected some survey data, and we've started taking a look at potential locations for the bridge and feasibility of it. So there has been some planning effort. We haven't gotten too far into formal design and public engagement just yet, but we have kind of started the process.
And if you spent next year on the formal design and the engagement, would you be ready to hit the trail, and so to speak, in 2024?
We certainly would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, then thank you, Jim and Chris, and we'll move on to engineering facilities. Brian.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, Mayor. Hello, Alders. Brian Cooper is my name. I work in the section in engineering called Facilities Management. It's probably self-explanatory, but we work on many of the facilities at the City of Madison. The list you have in front of you here is 13 separate line items. I was just going to try to organize them in just briefly. About 8 of these are items that I would consider ongoing building improvements for existing facilities that are buildings like the City County building, Engineering Services building, Fairchild building, multiple fire department buildings, multiple police department buildings, multiple streets buildings, multiple parks buildings, and then we have also a general building improvement fund that we request. The rest of the items are a little bit more unique, I would say. One is the CCB office remodel project. That's remodeling offices in the City County building for city offices, levels 1, 4, and 5. It's about 10 different agencies. Energy improvements, which is ongoing, and you can see it's a very aggressive budget, but an ongoing energy improvements primarily around solar, associated with solar and lighting conversion to LEDs. Those are the primary elements. Electrical improvements is a new one this year for upgrading existing facilities to help support the oncoming electric vehicle and electrical equipment that Fleet is pursuing. We have a horizon list, and a lot of the work we do is outside of this budget in other agencies' budgets, helping plan, budget, and oversee the design and construction for other agencies. And this is kind of the initial work for that. This is the staff time associated with that. And then lastly, another unique item is contingent upon acquiring the Town of Madison site. We have an item in there in this budget request for some initial kind of almost Band-Aid type work out at that location in order to use the site for city purposes. So next slide, please. So the new request, as mentioned, are the facility improvements to support electrical vehicles and also the Town of Madison Town Hall site. Major changes include the CCB improvements, and that's just a much larger dollar value than past. A little better coordination with our friends in the Dane County facilities this year, so we got better information to help inform this budget. Those projects are led by Dane County, and city is generally along for the ride on some of those items. Engineering service building, is I would call that a major change. We're adding a request to do a locker room remodel. There's quite a bit of growth in the operations side, the field side of the staff, and the locker rooms are insufficient at this point. Also to add a comfort room or nursing room for nursing mothers. Fairchild is asking for increase due to inflation and general and building improvements. We've been pursuing this bipolar ionization systems in quite a few facilities, and we'd like to continue that work in 2023. And lastly, horizon list changes. We both level 4 and level 5 remodels for the CCB were on the horizon list last year, and requesting to add those back in, or add those into our budget request. And I believe that's the basic summary, and ready for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Brian. Are there questions for facilities? Alder Evers?
Yeah, being a guy, Brian, who knows a lot about maintenance and repairs and keeping buildings in tip-top shape. When prices go up and we're under inflationary pressure, what is the trade-off? Is it possible to delay some of the maintenance? We don't want to, of course, do so for too long, lest we have more expensive repairs down the road. But to what extent does an expert, a guy like you in your position, weigh do we do this now, given these increases? Do we wait a year? Will it go up even more if we wait a year? What's some of the decision making you undergo as you're putting forth your budget for projects like this?
Yeah, it's I guess it's one of the proverbial it depends. We have many of our, I would say many of our buildings, let's say in the realm of like public safety, like fire and police, also streets, because a lot of those buildings have been in existence for quite a while. We have a very organized asset management system. But I think if, for instance, a roof is supposed to last due to the product data that you get when it's first installed, and it's supposed to last 20 years, but we're doing annual review of that or annual review of a boiler, et cetera, asphalt parking lot, and it looks fine, or it's working fine, or it's seeming to operate properly, we're not indiscriminately just going in and replacing those items. So there's certainly many things out there in the realm of facilities that are beyond their use, their predetermined useful life based on the original manufacturer's product data. But what we do is plan for that work in the, per that product data. And then if it's, seems fine, seems like it's working, we don't usually ask for that request, in the future budget. And then you have buildings like the Fairchild building, which is, held together with duct tape and baling wire, and we've held off on that boiler replacement for years, and and it needs to be done. It's one of those ones where it's gonna go, and we're gonna be in emergency mode essentially. Right. Yep.
So, well, I appreciate that, and I assume you take a hard look at this to see just what you can possibly delay, particularly in tough budget times like we're in right now. So I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing, just because I just thought of it as you were talking. We had budgeted money for the police training replacement of carpet and paint based on just a standard schedule for replacement. And we went over and looked at it, and it's in really good condition. I mean, a lot of credit goes to the custodial team, and there was no need to put it in a budget because does not need to be replaced. So that might be a good example of one item or a couple items. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Any other questions for facilities? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Brian. Welcome. I have one quick parochial question for you, and that is, speaking of the wacky construction market recently, Amy Scanlon has been in contact with me, not only about the wonderful Fairchild building and that great project, but about the historic Birmingham Boathouse renovations. And she informed me most recently that she wasn't sure how much money was available in the budget to do all of the work that's needed. And that she was referring, of course, to the 2022 adopted capital budget. Can you share, do you believe, are you confident that there will be sufficient funding in the new year to actually take care of all elevations of that historic resource, as opposed to just some of the building? For those that don't know, this is on North Shore Drive, the oldest city-owned structure in our community.
The Birmingham Boathouse?
Yeah.
Sorry, Alder. Okay. Yeah,
Brittingham Boathouse, not Brittingham Bathhouse, which I'll
Yeah.
ask Rick Knapp about later, or Alder of that district probably will, not me, but I'm
Okay.
across the street there. But this is the Brittingham Boathouse.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is. I mean, to get super specific, we had estimated $90,000 in work, and the major work there was essentially painting the exterior, and there's some existing wood that needs to be replaced. Some existing siding, and that's estimated, or that's included, excuse me, in that estimate. And it's about to go out to bid here next week. So I think sometime in October, we should know if we're going to hit that mark or not. Fortunately, paint and some minor wood replacement is not quite seeing the amount of inflationary, hyperinflation that we've seen on many other things. So we're hoping that 90,000 works.
Okay, very good. And my understanding from Amy is that park staff is actually removing the shutters and shutter hardware and making the repairs over the winter in their own shop.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, the park staff themselves are actually doing some of the work, so that's helpful. That's always helpful as well when we're doing the work in-house, so to speak. We're finding quite a bit of the pricing goes down, the labor costs.
Well, thank you. I know that Amy will keep me posted if there are budgetary issues when the bids come in. So thanks very much, Brian. That was all I had. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Brian. We'll go on to engineering major streets. Chris, I imagine that's you.
Yep. So Chris Pedikowski with the engineering department, and I'll be talking about the major streets budget area. Essentially, these are our sorry about that. One sec. Our major streets are programs for maintaining those, as well as bridges and railroad crossings. As you can see, we've kept the program fairly similar to the 22 adopted SIP. A few changes, which I'll go into on the next slide. Okay, so a new request for us is the High Point Raymond Midtown project. That's a project on the far west side, realigning those streets as shown in the neighborhood development plan, and would be coordinated with projects with parks and stormwater in the Elber Park area. That would be applied. We would apply for federal funds for that, and in the next summer. But this would get our design process started as early as next year. Some changes in the budget. We have an updated estimate on Atwood. We did increase a little bit due to inflation, but we also secured an extra earmark federal funding for that project. We moved one project, the Outer Capitol Loop Southeast, to 2024 at the developer's request for the with always kind of a placeholder as soon as Judge Doyle Square area is done, and it looks like we'll be able to do that in 2024. We do have a new or an increase to our railroad crossing program to reflect a grant application to the FRA for railroad crossing safety improvements. That's an increase in $6 million. Would be a $5 million grant with a $1 million match. We did reduce John Nolan Drive in 2026 because we applied for some bipartisan infrastructure law funds and were awarded about $2 million for that, so that GO was reduced. We moved Mineral Point Road a year up from 27 to 26, and also From 23 to 25, we are showing a reduction in the reconstruction streets to help with other issues in the city. As Jim mentioned, we're working on the special assessment policy, and if that does get approved, I think the pots of money where the assessments are kept might switch from one project to another. So we'll have to, depending on if that does go through and gets approved, we would possibly be switching some of that. But generally, that is budget neutral, intended to be anyways. And then pavement management is remaining the same. Next slide. So for priorities, we've always when we have federal or state funds added to a project, we always certainly prioritize those and make use of those funds. And then next, we always try to keep our programs funded for the pavement management. So that's generally resurfacing, the reconstruct streets and bridge repairs. And then after that, we have our other individual street projects, just the single standalones. We have been working with Transportation Department on modernizing our prioritization system using GIS and scoring based on a number of needs. Besides pavement ratings, looking at safety, equity, utility needs, ped bike and transit and that sort of thing. So I think you'll see next year that to be even implemented further and kind of helping inform the prioritization even more. Lastly, I just wanted to point out we have a few more grant requests out there. We just submitted last week for the Bridge Investment Program, which is a new fund from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law from US DOT, and we submitted a $15 million request for John Nolan Drive, and hopeful that we would be awarded that. That would dramatically reduce our GO for that project. Upcoming, we have the railroad crossing safety that I mentioned, and then we're also helping with TE supporting their requests for the Safe Streets for All and the Connecting Communities grants. So have those requests upcoming.
Thank you, Chris. Questions on major streets? Going once, Alder Hack.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, does the railroad crossing projects include quiet zones along the isthmus, or wasn't that already funded earlier, most of that?
So the quiet zone program was funded in the 2022 budget, and we have done the diagnostic reviews with the agencies and have applied for those quiet zones. We wanted to get that approval in before we actually implemented the infrastructure, because we obviously don't want to spend that money if we weren't going to get a quiet zone because of it. So that project is ongoing. Any construction would probably not happen until 2023 for sure at this point. But still, so that, that part of the project from Blair to, I forget which street it went to, but maybe Ingersoll is still being worked on and active. What the grant would do would be beyond that area. So in areas that we don't have the TIF support that we have on the isthmus, we could implement railroad safety devices, and those same devices then could help us apply for a quiet zone in the future. But the grant itself actually doesn't get you the quiet zone, but it, gates, medians, that kind of stuff can be installed with the grant, and then we would just work towards applying for a quiet zone after the fact.
Thanks. And are those additional locations specified already, or are those TBD?
A little bit TBD. We have a running list that a group in with transportation and engineering are working on and talking with the railroad about as well. So we've got like a kind of a wish list of
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The Federal Railroad Administration would like me to be very clear that the grant does not fund quiet zones.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Chris, for the grants that you're applying for, are there requirements for matching funds?
Yes, it's 80-20, so 80 Fed, 20 local.
So is that then reflected here?
Yeah, so it's 1 million GEO, 5 million grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Chris. A follow-up to Alder Heck's question about the quiet zones, please. Have we heard from Steve Sontag further about our application? My main concern, of course, is Blair Street, something that I've worked with you on for, 10 years. I don't know, something like that. Do we know the status of that quiet zone, or is his application into the feds?
So his application
Blair through Brearley Street.
Yeah. So his application is for all those streets, and it is turned in. The FRA has it, and they've said it could take up to a year to reply to us. So at this point, we're waiting to hear before we do any more improvements. But you're right, the Blair, the Blair project is already under construction, of course. We would just know at that time if there was anything else required, but we're hopeful if anything is required, it would be on the other intersections, not the Blair one. But it is part of that whole application. It's the whole zone.
Am I remembering correctly, Chris, that you had hired, or we collectively had hired, a quiet zone consultant just in advance of the Blair Street reconstruction?
We did. We had Mark Morrison, who used to work with WSDOT for many, many years, help us develop the design.
Mm-hmm. So you would think with that expert assistance that FRA would hopefully look kindly on the Blair Street one.
Yeah, and we actually also checked in with FRA a couple times during that process. So yeah, I hope we're hopeful that we'll be able to get it through. We just might need to tweak. You get so many points for a corridor, and we might need to tweak some of the other intersection to boost up our points to get the whole thing, hopefully.
And I realize that Steve is our resident expert, not you, on these things, but I was just wondering if we could expedite things by having Blair Street considered by FRA alone, and include it with the 20-year-old quiet zone that covers the rest of the downtown, and consider an amendment to the quiet zone that affects the crossings, for example, at Broome Street, et cetera.
I can ask Steve that tomorrow. I think one of the things he was hoping was, because that intersection is so strange and those left turns are not stopped with the new design, that the other intersections would help with the points to kind of push that one over the edge. So, but I'll ask them to see if there's an opportunity to. I think our limiting factor though is the reply from the FRA, not necessarily the one intersection versus 4.
Okay, and it doesn't help that Wisdot is our partner on the Blair Street reconstruction. That doesn't help us any with FRA.
I think it does.
Okay. Very good. My other thing is, my other item, I guess I'll put in the form of a question, but it might just be informational for you, is did you realize that the TIF staff has in their work plan for next year creating a TIF district that I believe would cover the East Wilson Street reconstruction planned in 2024 and the Outer Capitol Loop Southeast project that obviously has been postponed in this executive capital budget also to 2024. Had you heard that at all, that we might not need the I'm sorry, go ahead.
I didn't, but I will be checking in with Matt here shortly.
Yeah, so I was in a meeting with the entire TIF staff earlier this year, and they had agreed that because of all the development in that area, it made a lot of sense to create a new TID there in the new year at some point. And they had fitted in their work plan. And so one of the arguments I used was all of the reconstructions that you have planned again in this area. So just thought I'd let you know, I know it's premature to amend the budget to assume TID funding, but since this is in 2024.
I'll check in with them.
And then one last parochial question. Thanks for everyone's indulgence. Is the West Wash reconstruction of the 2 remaining blocks that are left in West Wash that Rob Phillips said needs to be reconstructed on his way out the door into enjoying retirement? Are those in your SIP for pavement management? This is between Fairchild and Broome.
So, boy.
If it rings a bell, we were in the process of installing a traffic signal at Henry and West Wash, and there was an internal debate about should we delay the traffic signal until 2024 when we have
I know the project. I just couldn't remember the year because I know we were talking about it conflicting potentially with the Broome.
Right, because of the concern with the conflict, it wouldn't be 23 because that would conflict with Jim's, project he's worked on for many years at Wilson and Broome.
So my curiosity was 2024.
My curiosity was just is for sure those 200 and 300 blocks of West Wash in the SIP for 2024 under project in your pavement management project.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for engineering major streets? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
That brings us to engineering other. Greg, that looks like you.
That is me. Good evening, everybody. Greg Freed, City Engineering. So as always, engineering other is kind of a hodgepodge of a bunch of different stuff. We are not proposing any major changes to this from what was in the adopted SIP from last year. There are a few changes that I can go into on the next slide, please. So the biggest thing here is the new request. We have a request for those of you who might have been part of the public PWI meeting. Boy, it must be like 4 or 5 months ago now. There was a presentation from AECom on a prioritization tool, project prioritization tool that they have created and are using in some cities out east to take into account a whole slew of things, right? And this does get into a bit what Chris has been trying to do with traffic engineering and has been trying to do with the utilities groups for a number of years. This, basically what we are proposing is $150,000 in next year's budget to investigate the possibility of doing this. We are not in any way suggesting that AECom, the people who came and gave us a presentation, are the people we would do this with, but we would look into what's available and probably do a request for proposals on this. That would also incorporate the stuff you're going to hear from Janet later that she has been working on in terms of we've got a sub tool, I will call it, for prioritization of the flood mitigation projects, right? We have, I don't know the exact number of projects in terms of millions that we have. I'm sure Janet does, but it's well into the hundreds. And surprisingly, we don't have hundreds of millions of dollars to fix that. So we have to decide how we're going to prioritize. She has a tool created in-house that would have to be pulled into that. So that was probably a lot on that particular issue, but that is our new ask in this budget for 2023. There's a minor change in terms of the PFAS testing, the cooperative funding that we are doing with the county on historic PFAS investigation, and that is being moved from the operating to the capital budget, again, under this kind of catch-all engineering budget. Changes are relatively minor. We did up, like everything else you've heard from Brian, right? And everybody has been talking about this. All these costs are going up a little bit. So we did change our base assumptions in some of the out years for the orthophotos and the warning sirens and waste collection in terms of what we think it is going to cost us to actually complete these projects. Nothing on the horizon list. Is that my one more slide I think I have? Yep. So our prioritization, almost always equipment and vehicle replacement is our number one. The prioritization tool is that new request is our second request. Waste oil, I would like to get that done. That is our last site. That is for Greenway. That site has not been operational for quite some time. I think it's probably 6-7 years at this point. And we would like to get that operating again. And then lastly is right-of-way landscaping. So for those of you who don't remember, this is tied to the median issue, which we covered at some length earlier this year. But this is not maintenance of this. This is largely what this used to be 5-10 years ago was for new planting of medians, which we do not do anymore. We stopped that about 3-4 years ago. This is largely now for conversion of medians from turf to lower maintenance, one mowing a year, hopefully, type of medians. We do, Chris has 2 projects that are going in 2023, one being Atwood and one being Pleasant View Road. I think that's 2023 for both of those. Those are both being planted with with this type of vegetation from day one, right? So we wouldn't have to convert that, but we still do have a number of medians that we would want to convert away from mowing into a low mow and lower maintenance. And some of you might have seen a big one that we did this year was up on Packers Avenue. As it turns to Northport, there's quite a long run where we did a large plug planting of a median strip, 2 median strips actually. So I think that is it for me, unless you have questions.
Thanks, Greg. Any questions in this, Carter?
Greg, when you talk about no mow, low mow, mow, whatever, what grass are we looking at? Are you looking at the prairie style grasses, or
There's a couple of choices, and I am not by any stretch of imagination the expert on this. We have a couple people, most notably Maddie Dumas, who works for us, who helps spec that out. But there are a couple of different types. One is what I would call they call a low prairie. There are also even lower maintenance stuff that is basically just a grass you planted in. There are certain species of grass that you only have to mow once a year, and that is most notably that is fescue grass. That also tends to be, you would probably recognize it if you have it in your lawn. The blades of grass are really, really thin, as opposed to Kentucky bluegrass, which is really common. And have thicker blades of grass, but fescue is much more drought resistant. It's much more tolerant of only mowing one time a year, and that type of thing. So there are some choices to be made depending on what Parks wants to do. We do usually, not usually, we always coordinate what medians are prioritized for conversion with the people who have to maintain them, and that is at least currently Parks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Greg. And we're on to sewer. Mark.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Mayor, and hello, Alders. I'm here to present the sewer utility budget. Essentially, what we're looking at is, this is the budget that's providing the waste. Basically the targeting areas of the deficiencies in the city's collection system that conveys the wastewater from from your home to the wastewater treatment plant. Essentially, our funding levels have stayed the same from the 2022 budget. Maybe next slide, please. Oh, all over the place.
Yeah.
Crazy. We're going for a ride. One more up. New requests. So no, there's no new requests with this overall budget. It's basically we're like I mentioned before, we're staying consistent with the 2022 levels. Major changes. The sewer budget pavement management program. We end up decreasing that and actually shuffling the money and putting it into other projects. What happens is every time there's a sewer identified for a resurfacing project, we evaluate it with televising the sewer and then look at the condition of the sewer main and also the material, and then we make a decision on whether it makes sense to proceed with replacing it. Generally, the streets that have been selected in that particular program where there was not a need for replacing the sewers. So what we ended up doing is we moved the pavement management, we moved it into the lift stations, and also with the major street projects. So there's some major projects that are street. The majority of the sewer utility budget is actually in the streets budget. We're so closely tied to the streets. It's just a matter of which streets are going to end up getting replaced and which ones end up needing to have their sewer and which ones have a sewer that's in poor condition. The other thing that we did is we ended up with the impact fee. We moved the impact fee from 2023 to 2024. There hasn't been a lot of interest in this particular area. This is out by Nelson Road. And then the funding management, we also moved into the lift stations, and the lift stations are something that we'll get to just right here. The lift stations are basically it's probably the most difficult and critical component of the wastewater collection system. We have 30 of them, and we will have 33 of them as of October 31st. Essentially what it is, that is an area of, basically it's a facility that it allows us to pump wastewater to where we end up have a gravity system. So in other words, every single collection system has low points, and typically they're next to creeks and next to lakes, and so they're generally in low areas where we can't get sanitary sewer to drain by gravity. Unfortunately, there's significant maintenance with these pump stations. Our goal is to not have pump stations, but unfortunately we do have quite a few. They last like 50 to 60 years, and in comparison to gravity sewer lasts close to 100 years. So in terms of how much funding we moved into that particular the lift station program, we moved $688,000 into it. The 3 pumping stations that we're getting from the town are all going to likely need to be replaced. We're planning on replacing it with this budget, and we planned on it with the 22 budget as well. We haven't actually evaluated. We will evaluate them when we take it over October 31st. But everything that we've heard from the maintenance of it from Madison Metropolitan Sewage District is that they're in disrepair and need to be replaced. And then basically the 3 lift stations are the Badger lift station, Lake Forest lift station, and the Mayflower lift station. Those are all town of Madison lift stations. There are no horizon list changes. Next slide, please. The priorities, Imagine Madison Effective Government 9. Obviously, we want to minimize interrupted and provide safe, reliable sanitary sewer service to all of our customers. It's essentially protecting the environment and protect public health. Everyone needs to have a safe, reliable sanitary sewer service. We do continual upgrades to the city collection system to keep on pace with climate change, and which will help minimize potential environmental impacts of the effective collection system infrastructure. Anytime we end up with a high groundwater, and you end up with areas of wet areas, a lot of the deficiencies that are in the collection system become more apparent when you start seeing more higher pump run times, and more or less you just end up seeing more defects in the system. If you end up with too much clear water, everyone's pumps, some pump is connected to the sanitary sewer, you're going to end up with resulting overwhelming the sanitary sewer system and then causing a backup, which is then our priority in terms of what we want to avoid. And then we continue I just want to mention that the other potential what happens if you have backups, you have sanitary sewer overflows. And as I mentioned before, the lift stations are often located next to creeks, streams, and lakes, creeks, and streams. And what happens is you end up with wastewater that can end resulting into the lakes and streams. So it's obviously that we want to stay on track for keeping up with the maintenance of the lift stations. We have continued our strong track record of minimal backups as a result of our proactive approach for cleaning and also our capital improvement programs. We had 12 in 2021. We had 12 in 2022. These are remarkable low numbers. The national averages are much higher when you deal with the number of backups. So we're doing well, and this budget will hopefully continue our track record on that. I think that's it. Open. If there are any questions.
Thanks, Mark. Questions on sewer? Going once. Going twice. Seeing none. Thank you very much. Mark, you get off easy, and we go on to stormwater.
Thank you.
Janet.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, alders. I will be talking about the stormwater utility budget. My name is Janet Schmidt. So the first slide, you can see the graph of the proposed budget, and we have 4 major programs where almost all of our projects are housed, with the exception of street projects where a lot of those storm sewer main with street projects are actually located under the major street budgets. So the first one is the citywide flood mitigation. That corresponds to the work that we're doing with our watershed studies. We are using that. We've increased that substantially over the last several years to help us with the climate change initiatives that we're working on. We have the storm sewer system improvement budget. That's a smaller budget, and we use those funds to help pay for our operations staff to do smaller capital type projects, but do them in-house, and that allows us to save money by doing the smaller projects with city forces. Stormwater quality system improvements, that is a program that supports our permitting through the DNR. It's our MS4 permitting, which is mandated by the EPA under the Clean Water Act. So that includes projects such as shorelines, ponds, and greenways that have water quality type improvements. And then finally, our street cleaning equipment. So the city stormwater utility actually funds the purchase of street sweepers and things like that for the water quality type improvements associated with that. So as you can see from the slide, there's kind of an increase, a jump from the 2022 to 2023. In particularly, 2023 has a larger jump in 2024. 2023, we are adding extra funds. This has been mentioned earlier that we're seeing increase in project costs. We have several big projects that are in the pipeline right now that we're hoping to bid either this fall or early in the spring. So that's going to help supplement some of those project increases that we're expecting. And then 2024, there's a significant increase, but the funding sources for that we're anticipating, and we're in kind of a final steps of acquiring a brick grant through FEMA. So a lot of that money in the increase in 2024 is actually for federal funds. Next slide, please. Okay, so just kind of recap, we're anticipating a 6.4 increase for 2023. Again, I mentioned a lot of this is going to be increase in funding that are associated with large projects that we have in the pipeline already, which include the Grassman Greenway reconstruction project that's really large. We're hoping to get that bid out this winter. Wexford dredging, Lower Bedroom Creek ponds, that's a new ponds over by Meadow Road and Pioneer off of Midtown Road. Easttown Ponds, that's a project that's in the pipeline for several years now. We're also hoping to add the Schrader Road flood mitigation project, because this is a project that we identified through our studies. It's a project that continues work over in the Albert Park area where we've done large channel improvements and box culvert improvements. It has a huge impact, positive impact on the area with regards to being able to reduce flooding into buildings, and it's also included in the NRT area. Other major changes include increasing geo. Again, some of these projects we have anticipated that we want to be able to get them to the point where we are making solid grant applications, and some of these grant applications, especially for federal funds, require us to get projects to a certain point, and they are actually fairly labor intensive and staff intensive to get these projects applied for these grants. So we wanted to make sure that we get projects that we think are going to do well with the grant programs to a point where we can make some successful grant applications. But I wanted to note that some of these projects that if we don't receive grant funding, we're not planning on moving them forward. We would probably just let them sit and then try to reapply for grants until we're hopefully successful, or until something else happens where we're able to afford them. So we did, again, I mentioned that we had the Schrader Road flood mitigation project. That was a new project that we're adding under our flood mitigation program. The Old Sauk Trails Business Park is a huge project, and that's the project where we are in the final stages of hopefully getting about $6 million with a FEMA brick grants to help move that forward. So that's where we're seeing this increase in grant funding. Chris mentioned this in his major storm project. They added the Raymond Road, High Point Road, and we had also, in conjunction with that, we have a large regional flood management pond, retention pond planned in that area. It's been planned for quite some time. We received grant funding for the land purchase, and we're going to try and move that along with Chris's street project. So if he's able to get federal funds to move a street project forward, we will move the pond project forward as well. The stormwater quality program, we had a couple small shoreline projects. We're planning on doing some work at Giddings Park, that's on Lake Mendota. And then Burr Jones Park, there's some sheeting that's failing on the river there that we wanted to repair. We did remove 2 sections of Greenway that we had previously programmed. We had run these through our prioritization methodology that Greg was speaking to earlier. And they were not ranking as high as we had thought that they might rank when we originally put them into the budget. So we decided to move those out. And then we wanted to include additional funding for Saw Creek Greenway, which there's been a lot of public comment that was supplied to the finance committee tonight, and I can speak to that later if people have questions. We also wanted to add money for the Warner Lagoon dredging. We have a master plan for that area, and one of the projects that's very sought after by is a high priority in the master plan, and also a high priority by the residents and the friends groups is to actually dredge the lagoon there. That project we have a little bit more money added to, but it would not move forward unless we got grant funding or additional funding sources identified. And then finally, the Mendota Grassman Greenway, that's a major project. It's going to require culvert replacements on University Avenue. We anticipate that might be a little bit more costly than we originally estimated, so we added extra funds for that. Storm sewer system improvements, we just added a little bit more to that. That's kind of staying fairly neutral. Slight increase though to give our operations folks ability to do more projects in-house. And then street cleaning equipment, we got some quotes, and our budget numbers are based off of the quotes that we received. I mean, there's some supply chain issues. We're having a long lead time on getting street sweepers and the equipment, and those costs actually went up. We are hopeful that we're going to get a grant for our vacuum sweeper, but we have not heard back on that one yet. And then finally, for the Horizon list changes, we don't have any changes for that right now. Next slide, please. All right, I'll go through this really quick. So Chris spoke to this, Greg spoke to this a little bit, but as we're doing more work with the flood mitigation and climate change initiative, we clearly recognize we don't have nearly the amount of money to fund the projects that we need to fund. So we came up with an in-house methodology for trying to rank these projects. And I won't go through everything, but the three major factors that we use to rank them are flood reduction, project feasibility, and then funding opportunities. So there's many factors involved in this, and we came up with a spreadsheet and methodology to help us rank so we could try and prioritize projects as they come before us, and as we start recognizing all these projects that we're going to need to fulfill our flood mitigation efforts. Last slide, please. And this is just, I won't go through this too long, but this is just a quick snapshot of how this all boils down, where we have the three major components that help us make a composite score, and the arrows that are pointing to the projects, it's hard to read, but those are the ones that we selected for moving forward in the budget. And as we get more projects and we have more flood solutions identified, these projects might shift around a little bit over time, and then we'll just kind of reanalyze the projects as we move forward. So this kind of methodology, if Greg's project prioritization tool moves forward, I think the goal would be that we would use this to help inform that tool, along with all the things that Chris and Tom Lich's group are doing to help inform a tool that can be used citywide. With that, those are the only comments I had. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Janet. Are there questions for Stormwater? Alder Vitever?
Let's see, on page 160, it says that state sources decreased by 3.8 million. Can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me see. Christine, do you have that sheet available to look at?
Can you repeat the page number, please?
160. Under stormwater quality system improvements, it says storm reserve decreased by 500,000 and state sources decreased by 3.8 million.
hard copy. Oh, okay, good. Okay, so this is worded a little bit. There's a lot there's a lot of stuff going on with the funding sources here. So hold on. All right. Okay, so for the overall budget, it's going to decrease by about $1 million. We're just kind of moving things around a little bit. So state sources, those would include like federally funded projects. And let's see. So the net decrease in the total program is $1 million. The 3.8. Gosh, I'm going to have to actually go back and look and see how that was. I have a spreadsheet that speaks to that. Would I be able to send that to you later in I don't want to waste everybody's time as I try to dig through all my
Yeah,
notes here.
absolutely. I'm just trying to get a sense of like, where are we getting stiffed?
I apologize. I don't have the answer easily offhand. I did, you actually brought up something important that I forgot to mention. So we are going to be doing a budget amendment that we're going to bring forward where we're actually looking to remove a project from the budget. And it's not included in any of the documents that you received so far, but we're hoping to bring that forward. And that would remove the Eastwood-Atwood flood mitigation project, which would reduce the citywide flood mitigation request by 1.8 million, but it would also take out 2.2 million in TIF. And some of that would also be reflected in the major streets under the Reconstruct Streets program. I think that's where Chris had it housed. So I did want to mention that, and you just actually reminded me, so I apologize for not bringing that up earlier.
Other questions for stormwater? Seeing none. Thank you, Janet.
All right, thank you.
All right, so that is the end of an all-star engineering cast. Thank you all. And we will move on to other portions of public works, where we start with water. And Krishna is here.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. I will attempt exactly that. So the bunch of projects that you see on the slide is our CIP or proposed CIP for 6 years from 2023. It adds up to about $75 million over the 6-year period, and in both small, medium, and large projects. And I will walk you through it in the 5 to 7 minutes allocated to me through the next 3 slides. Next slide, please. So before I jump in on this slide, I have Kathy, Adam, and Christine from our utility staff, who collectively and individually promised that they will jump in the moment I hit the panic button. So they're all lined up to help me if I stumble. So the other part about an enterprise fund like water, more than the equally exciting part is how do we fund the $75 million over the next 6 years, which is always very intriguing and challenging most of the time. So there are certain moving parts to that. So I will focus on that in a bit, but the $75 million would fall into 3 main buckets. Water main programs, which is replacement of our existing water mains to the tune of about $27 million. And we have some major facilities we have planned, both in terms of upgrade and improvement, about $25 million, and facility and fleet improvements, another $23 million, adding up to the $75 million. So this is my crude attempt to kind of summarize that long list of projects. Now, onto the funding aspect of it. The first bullet that you see there is expense depreciation. It may not sound very exciting, but that is the most exciting development that is to happen potentially in 23. That simply means that our current rate request before the Public Service Commission includes what is called an expense depreciation, which is another way to ask for cash funding of water main replacements. So we will not borrow, but we will cash fund from our rate base. So that's about $5 million if the PSC is to approve. So that will be there for in the foreseeable future. That's a dedicated $5 million cash funding of water main replacements. Currently, we are doing something like 2 to 3. We push and try to get there. So this would be a dedicated exclusive source for water main replacements, which will go a long way in terms of preventing leaks and providing better service to our clientele. The second line you see there is cash reserves. So we are hoping to generate another additional $3 million each of the next 6 years to from our operational surplus to fund our projects. That's about $20 million. And of course, we will also try to get some low interest loan from the state drinking water loan pool of money from the state, about $19 million. And the fourth bullet is even more exciting. That is part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. So for our proposed well 15 PFAS treatment facility, we should be able to get bulk of that 5.5 million in grants, hopefully, but we will have to wait and see how that will all pan out. The application for that is to be submitted by this October. So we are all lining up to do that. Next slide, please. So now I'll focus on just the next fiscal year, which is 2023. And there are some exciting projects in there. The first one, the bulk of or half of the 2023 budget is dedicated for well 19 iron and manganese filter system that we are putting in there. This is one of our larger wells serving the UW area. And so that's about $8 million. It is currently under design. So we should be able to move forward with construction in 2023. That's a very, very important project for us and a fairly large project. And of course, the second bullet is the traditional water main programs, which I kind of said it's about $3 million, which kind of mirrors the street and pavement work that engineering does. So we kind of do it in conjunction. So hopefully that 3 million that you see down the road should be at least 5+. And a bunch of other things, but I want to focus on the last two line items on the left side. So the well 15 PFAS treatment facility, we are requesting $400,000 in 2023 to complete the design that's currently underway. We've already had 2 good, productive public meetings on it. And that is where we will seek funding under the bipartisan infrastructure law. And the construction is at this point in time anticipated in the spring of 2024. Potentially, that could be the first major municipal PFAS treatment system in the state of Wisconsin. So we are kind of on the leading edge of the curve. The last bullet is the sodium and chloride mitigation project for well 14. We have spent to the tune of $160,000 this current year. To do some bore testing and studies of that nature. We are requesting another $200,000 to complete potentially a good design for mitigating that salt issue, and well 14 is a poster child for it. And we have also put in our 6-year CIP $1.5 million in 2024 to potentially complete the first salt and chloride mitigation project for us. And the right side, I get too excited, but maybe not all of you, but I'll take a minute to walk you through it. Because we don't get a dime from the general fund, we have to look into our own kind of fund balance situation. So the right side box is what we call statement of fund balance activity. So in 2021, we had a starting balance of $12.4 million in the construction fund, which represents the leftover bond funds. So we got to 8.4 after spending a good chunk of money that year. This current year, we are estimating to spend another $4.3 million, leaving another 6.7 at the end of the 2022 in the construction fund. And 2023 will have that opening fund balance. And after all of those moving parts, we hope to end with another $4 million in the construction fund. But I want to draw your attention to the second row there, which I have highlighted in green. That is, so our funding sources for construction fund are either transfer in from operating fund out of our surplus, or state drinking water loans that we take, or revenue bond funding. You see there is no line of revenue bond funding in the next 6 years. That's our hope, given our high level of borrowing. So we have to cash fund it with some additional support from the low income interest funds from the state drinking water loan proceeds. So if you add up all those three green numbers, it's about $9 million. So we have been able to move $9 million over these 3 years from our operating surplus into construction fund. That's a great thing for our ratepayers, so that they are not borrowing and paying the principal and interest on it. So I think I have one more slide. Christine, yes. So I want to attempt this. Adam, in case you have questions, he will jump in. I'll stop there. I think I used more than 7 minutes.
Thanks, Krishna. Are there questions for water? Alder Vitiver.
So I know that City of Madison replaced all of our lead service lines some time ago, but we're annexing Town of Madison. Has Town of Madison replaced all lead service lines, or is that something we're going to need to do at some point?
Although I have to confess, I don't have specific information on it, but if they need help, we would be jumping in and helping them with whatever it takes to get there. Because we were, I think, the first large municipality in the entire nation to do it that early. And we have a ton of expertise to do it. So we will be definitely helping them.
Other questions? All right. Thank you, Krishna and team from Water, for being here. Appreciate it. And we are on then to Fleet. And it looks like Rachel is with us.
And Mahanth, he should be starting.
Okay. Sorry, Mahanth. Rachel was quicker with her camera than you.
She was. Well, she's generally quicker than I am. So, yeah, the two of us are here. And I think hopefully the two of us can answer any questions that come up as well. So just like we like to do every year, we are buying vehicles for the City of Madison with our capital budget. And that's our entire capital program. Fairly simple. We try to get about 100 vehicles. We're trying to get a sprinkling of electric vehicles. We're proud to have 85 in service right now and growing. Our first electric garbage trucks should be coming in this year. Our first electric wood chipper should be coming in hopefully this year. We're very excited. Next year in this budget, the 2023 CIP we're looking at, we're hoping to get our first all-electric ambulance, or at least one. If possible. We're looking at one right now from the company we usually buy from, along with our friends over at the fire department. If things go well, we're going to have a lot more electric vehicles as part of this plan, as for the police department and for public works and other departments as well. We have the publicly announced goal and challenge to get to all electric for light and medium duty by 2030. That means every year, including all of the years we're looking at here, we have to get increasingly aggressive with electric vehicles. I think that it will be possible because the prices of electric vehicles should be coming down over these next few years. And the offerings are increasing as more and more vehicle manufacturers offer electric models. Now, I think a lot of them are making a mistake by trying to keep their gasoline production lines going at the same time as electric. I think it's moronic, actually. And it's very hard to do. Just think about trying to supply all your gas vehicles as well as all these other types of things you need for electric. So it is what it is, but we are going to do our thing and hopefully eliminate all fossil fuels from the fleet by going 100% biodiesel on the heavy duty by 2030 as well. It'll be much harder by 2030 to convert the heavy duty trucking to electric because of the infrastructure that's involved. And we're working closely with engineering on our future planning. And I know that their budget includes a lot of the work we'll need to do along with Alliant Energy and MG&E to convert to electric charging that we'd like to do. So yeah, we're looking at about 13 million. We're looking for an escalator because unfortunately, if any of you drive, if any of you buy vehicles right now, they're at an all-time high. It's prices like I've never seen before. And we're also waiting much longer to get vehicles because of supply chain issues around the world, not just here in the Midwest or in America. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to buy as much as I'd like next year, at least. I hope inflation comes down on automotive, especially in fuel, although fuel is operating budget. This is hurting our program. On the flip side, we're making a little bit more money than usual on our auction sales. So we had a record year of 1.5 million in auction sales last year. That's more than 500,000 more than we've ever had before. So that was one positive in our budget from the vehicle pricing that you're seeing out there. Every fleet's going through this. I talked to my colleagues across the country. Every single fleet is suffering right now because of this inflationary stuff. So it's not just us. We will do the best we can with the money we get. I'd like to thank everyone involved from the finance department, mayor's office, my colleagues at other departments that we work very closely with to get vehicles. And of course, the city council, thank you for approving our budgets. It's allowed us to get to where we are. We are unquestionably, in my mind, the most environmentally friendly fleet in the Midwest. I don't think anyone's close. Obviously, we have higher ambitions than that beyond the Midwest. I think we'll get there during this period of time if I can get the money I'm looking at here. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mahant. Are there questions for Fleet? Alder Vitever?
So when I was talking with Justin about the electric buses, he mentioned the challenges of mechanics, because basically you need a whole new type of training for mechanics to deal with the electric vehicles. So I'm just wondering, A, do we have a good supply of mechanics to be able to support this fleet? And B, the other question is, I know we've been sort of creative in being able to shift some personnel costs from operating to capital in some ways, and wondering if there's any opportunity for that creativity here with mechanics.
I'm going to try to remember the two parts of the question. Okay, number one, we do have a fine group of mechanics. I would like to give them credit. Our shop floor has a lot of talent. Our supervision has a lot of talent. Most of my managers are ex-mechanics and they're doing a good job. So what I would say is there are great training programs out there. Electric is not the hardest thing we do. The hardest thing about fleet is we have to deal with 150 kinds of vehicles, right? Rear loader garbage trucks, side loader garbage trucks, fire trucks, which are very complicated machines. My staff are constantly getting trained just to keep up with our fleet, from Pierce Manufacturing, from Ford, from GM. I'm making all my managers do a 17-hour online EV training program. I'm going to force myself to do it as well, hopefully in September or October, which is very good. There's a lot of good online training. In fact, a lot of my staff do their training on YouTube on how to fix something we've never seen before. So the challenge isn't electric. Electric's easier than most of the other stuff we have to do. The challenge is such a wide variety. And I'll bring in a mechanic. Let's say they've only worked on Kia all their life. They've only worked on Kia sedans and SUVs, and now we're throwing them on a truck. Now we're throwing them on grass mowing equipment that they've never seen before. And now we're throwing them on something else. So our challenge is training our people for everything. I believe training is constant. We track our training hours very closely. We've more than tripled the amount of training we've done since I've gotten here. I believe I need training. I do training for myself on, that's more IT system stuff, I would say, but all my staff, top to bottom, need training. We have the elite training program, I think, in the Midwest, in this area. We're helping MG&E with their electric mechanics training. We're helping a lot of other groups. not just in this area, but just about everything we do, I consider us to be a model, and we are helping fleets far and wide. We're helping Fort McCoy, U.S. Army, on their electrification efforts. I'm helping a Native American tribe with a grant that they're looking for example, for electric school buses, and as well as MMSD and other groups around. That's really the power of what we're doing, is the force multiplier of working with alliances and partnerships to make a dent in climate change. We're not going to do it ourselves. So that was number one. I think number two, could you remind me, please? I talk too much.
It was about the creative ways that we might shift some costs from operating to capital, and if that's a possibility.
So we are already doing that. So every time we buy an electric vehicle, we don't have to buy gas for it. I'm estimating a lot of that stuff is going to be about a quarter to a third of the cost to plug in. We're also heavily investing in solar, not just us, but engineering department obviously has helped us with over 800 panels now that takes care of majority of Nakusa Trail Fleet Headquarters power needs, which is great. So whenever we are plugging in, we're getting that power for free from the sun in perpetuity. And not just at Nakusa Trail, but other facilities that I know engineering is working on. So when you buy an electric vehicle or a hybrid vehicle, you're automatically getting savings on the operating budget side. And you'll notice our gallons of usage of diesel as well as gasoline have gone way down. Unfortunately, because of the fluctuations in the prices and 100% increase in gas prices, and we are on float while Metro is locked. We're on float. We've suffered from that. But as each year goes on, you'll see less and less gasoline vehicles on the road. I'm not buying any new ones ever again for anybody while I'm here, at least. So you will see, we spend a lot on gasoline and diesel as a city, not just myself and our team, but also water utility, also Metro. It adds up to a lot. The more that we can eliminate at all of our departments, those types of vehicles, which are bad for the environment, they're noisy, they pollute, the better, and we'll save money. Not just fuel, but maintenance as well. Very little maintenance is needed on our electric vehicles. Very little time, very little effort, very little parts, no oil changes, which are dirty in themselves. So every EV and hybrid we're getting is eliminating cost in the long run on operating budget.
I think, Alder Vitiver, that if your question is more about personnel, that may be answered by finance. Dave, I don't know. I think the Alder is wondering about why we can capitalize some staff time and not others.
Yeah. With fleet, I mean, it's most of what's happening there is the operation of the vehicles. When we're charging cost to capital, it's mainly about creating the work associated with creating the asset. So that might be an engineer working on a major streets project. Some of that time is related to creating the asset. Whereas at fleet, some of the cost, admittedly, is spent in purchasing it, but most of what's happening at fleet is the operation of the vehicle, the maintenance of the vehicle, and things like that.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I was wondering on accessible vehicles and on the smaller accessible vehicles, kind of think like minivans that have been equipped with wheelchair lifts, sort of that scale. Is there anything on the market coming that is electric? And do we have any opportunities to get any of that? And I don't know what we have in the city fleet for things that may have wheelchair lifts that aren't buses or kind of bigger vehicles.
Yeah, so I was about to say yes, on the bus and minibus and van market, there's a lot of good stuff with accessibility. In any kind of vehicle, you can get some accessible features. For example, I've before worked with a colleague of mine who had no legs but could drive with his arms with hand controls. It was a Toyota Prius we set up with hand controls. So you can do retrofit things like that for various things. In our fleet, we don't have much of an accessible fleet for what we do. Obviously, our ambulances have accessibility, all of them built in. to get people in and out and get the medical work they need done. But we can, on a case-by-case basis, get just about anything for any department that needs it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Fleet? Seeing none. Thank you, Mahant and Rachel.
Thank you all.
And we're on to parks. Didn't see an automatic camera go on here. Eric, there you are.
Sorry about that. I was clicked it on, clicked it off. Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Knepp. I'm the park superintendent for the city, and pleased to be here for our budget hearing night. I'll be going through the slides, and we'll have a number of staff here as well with me to correct mistakes I make and the questions you all ask. So before you is the capital budget request, or the executive capital budget for 2023. You'll note that the 2023 numbers are substantially higher than the remaining of years. That's driven primarily by two factors. Number one, the extraordinarily large land acquisition amount funded by park impact fees that is driven towards a potential couple potential acquisitions that are consistent with plans to be ready and to demonstrate to potential property owners that we are interested, as well as the Warner Park Community Recreation Center expansion project at $5.15 million. So those are the two major driving forces that drive the 23 numbers up higher than the SIP average. Next slide, please. Our first slide, please, technically, I guess. So our 2023 capital budget, as far as major SIP request or new substantial request, we did reprioritize to ensure that we have a $400,000 allocation towards supporting the incoming town of Madison parks. We will get 3 park properties that we will take ownership of. And we're excited about that. We've been to I was at a neighborhood meeting last week. We're really excited to work with the community to invest in those parks. They definitely have some deficiencies as they said today due to lack of investment, not potential. The significant changes in scope from the last 2022 SIP, the timing of the Rindell Park Accessible Playground is put in line with the Imagination Center project, which makes a lot of sense, I think, and should work pretty well together. There's a reconfiguration of funding to make sure, and reprioritization, but even configuration of the funding blend by source for the aforementioned Warner Park expansion and the Madison Senior Center courtyard renovation project. We also have included in the CIP significant improvements to shared use golf course land and facilities, utilizing pretty well exclusively for anything in the land category beyond parking lots, primarily golf revenue reserves. Projects moves from the horizon list into the CIP. The initial master plan implementation for both James Madison and Vilas Parks, both master plans completed in the last 4 years, and both with aging significant infrastructure needs, both of which also the funding provided in this CIP, not sufficient to complete the master plan, but to begin implementation in out years. And new horizon list entries include the 5 projects listed here. Hudson Park has serious erosion issues and slope stabilization is clearly going to be needed. The Oberk Botanical Gardens, the long-awaited master planned expansion of the gardens across the creek beyond the Thai Pavilion, planning for a bridge that would make way for that. And this is a pedestrian bridge. This is not another Atwood bridge or cars for everyone here. Planning for the Odana Hills clubhouse, currently called Clubhouse Replacement, to create a facility that would mirror or be more in line with a multi-use community use facility. Brittingham Beach House replacement is a significant issue for us. And then Hill Creek Parkland improvements on the far southwest side. Next slide, please. So our prioritization process is really a blend of steps. First and foremost, we are looking for anything in the system that would be considered a safety hazard, and they're not rare. They're not real common, but they're not extremely rare. So we focus on those things. Failing infrastructure that ranges from playgrounds that are just failing and maybe aren't necessarily unsafe to parking lots, unfortunately, which I really do not like, but they're a necessary part of our system, and they certainly can impact our lakes significantly. We focused in our sustainability efforts on an energy efficiency of facilities and infrastructure. We have a very diverse and dispersed infrastructure system of lighting and electrical use in many places. We continue to invest in those. And then we also put our projects through an equity lens evaluation process with our equity team, looking at working to ensure we're providing the services and amenities to include underrepresented groups. The golf improvements that are included in the budget, or I shouldn't say golf, the golf land improvements that are included in the budget are directly tied back to and in alignment with the recommendations of the Task Force on Municipal Golf. There are certainly significant maintenance needs that this CIP addresses. We have an aging infrastructure across our system, and we have a wonderful structure of a system, but there are many needs, and there's a lot of repairs and replacements in this submission, or in the mayor's executive budget. Impact fee support. We do always strive to balance our general obligation borrowing against impact fee utilization to the extent possible and legal. We do think that it's been a good year, the last 12 to 18 months in development. So all 6 of our new impact fee districts from the 2017 needs assessment are healthy and looking good. And certainly that allows us to do more while relying less on general obligation borrowing. The top priority projects that are focused on additional services to underrepresented groups in 2023, the Warner Park Community Recreation Center expansion, home to many programs, but notably our NO program, which is a very exciting work with middle school and high school youth at the center. That expansion will definitively increase the potential for more inclusive access. Country Grove and Door Creek Park Shelters, both of these are parks that are further afield, one east, one west, where there's a significant amount of activity already, a significant amount of youth activity, youth sports activity, nature, hiking, cross-country skiing. Both of these facilities would add amenities that offer very reasonably priced, geographically dispersed, reservable spaces, which for gathering and picnicking, which is a very sought after thing in the community, as well as restrooms in large community parks, which has always been our standard goal. Think of Hoyt, Garner, Brittingham, Tenney, Olbrich. Community parks, we offer those kind of amenities. And then, of course, the aforementioned Town of Madison parks. We are actively preparing to start the planning process to work with the neighborhoods and community to invest that $400,000, at least the initial $400,000 into those parks. And the good news is for this group, we don't think it's going to be millions and millions of dollars. So a $400,000 start with an engaged set of residents is a really exciting place to be there. They're ready for us, and we're ready to work with them. And I'm happy to move on to the last slide, which is just we compile new project requests from alders, you all, the neighbor associations, park users, area residents, park staff. And in the first quarter of the year, we identify new projects, and then we our primary, as the graphic shows, our primary consideration is maintenance and replacement. And then there's other considerations here, and certainly sustainability, equity, and partnership are all core values that we work through in our prioritization of our resource requests, and that we're supported in this mayor's executive budget. With that, I and the team are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Eric, that pie chart that you just showed, do you have something like that showing how are the impact fees being distributed? Like in the same, with the same categories, but what percentages have been covered by impact fees? And you don't have to have it now, but if we can have some of that information coming our way later, I appreciate it. Like in today's, I mean, I'm looking at the budget right now. We have $9.6 million of impact fees for funding sources, and I see that land purchase of 6.3, and I think there was like $150,000 going to Elbert Park or something. So like how, out of this gigantic list that you have, which by the way, I think you have the longest list after water, I don't know if in competition, like what, how can I determine where the impact fees had an impact on these projects?
We certainly have every single project in the budget book does have an allocation. I'm sorry, if there's an allocation of impact fees, we can trace that for you. I will say the exact pie chart you would see if we replicated that pie chart for where impact fees were used, you would see that the majority would be for those, more new amenities or replacement. We do not use impact fees for what I would call maintenance projects. That's prohibited by state law, but happy to work with you.
Can you please refresh my memory? I mean, this was the topic that I learned about on the last budget season on this meeting because Alder Revere brought it up. So I know that we have talked about it extensively, but can you please refresh my knowledge on this again, on how can we use impact fees and how you have them break up across the city?
Certainly. So in as very quickly as I can, the first thing is every new residential unit in the city that is not exempted by being a low cost or affordable unit as defined by CDA, our CDD, those pay nothing no matter what. Every unit of new residential housing is a classification of either a single family, multifamily large units, SRO. Each one of those, we've done a needs assessment to define the average number of units or humans anticipated to live in that unit. The per human value of the park system has been determined in that needs assessment. And then we assess two fees. There are two obligations of every new unit. One is to give us parkland commensurate to the parkland that the current residents already have. Outside of plat development on the edge of town, that never happens. It does happen there. Like in a new development on plats on the east and west side, we take parkland is dedicated to us, right? So that meets that requirement. Most of the things you think about, infill development, all apartment complexes, I can say confidently, everyone pays, they don't have the land to give, so they pay a fee in lieu of dedication. That is what funds the parkland impact fee. If you look in the impact fee list of impact fees, there's two of those out there. One of them's old, one of them's relatively new. We're still exhausting the old one's resources from 2017 and before. But that impact fee, the parkland, can only be used to acquire parkland, real estate interest. Can't be used to lease it, can't be used for anything else. It has to be to acquire parkland that then is forever parkland. So that's fee number one. That is the larger of the two. If you talk to a developer or someone who built a home, the larger of the two, if they pay two fees, is that one. The second fee is the infrastructure fee. So we've done the similar thing, but assessing the total value of the park infrastructure in the system. We then apportion that out, again, in a similar manner by unit type to get an amount. And that amount is owed. That amount is paid, and it goes to two places. 80% of it goes to the district in which the development is occurring. There are 4 of those. 20% goes to the citywide district. The citywide district is used we try to be very judicious. We've used it to some extent at Bree Stevens, Warner Park Rec Center, Lake Mendota waterfront. So very big, broad, city-wide asset investment, right? But those 4 districts, then, just to describe them in rough unit order, if you take the capital, north of East Washington, east of the capital, right, east of Wisconsin Ave, that's the North District. south of East Washington, east of Martin Luther King, is the East District. From the Capitol west to roughly Midvale Boulevard is the Central District. And west of Midvale is the West District. There's an impact fee website I'm happy to share as well with anybody, but I think I covered most of what you asked, but I might have misheard you.
No, you got it. I appreciate the refresher, and I was kind of curious to know also, like, when do you use money for land? When is that a priority? If you can take money to use towards project, but you already explained that there's a separate fund. Yeah, so that
and that is for this body and for policymakers over the next decade. But the next time we do the impact fee needs assessment, we need to think forward about what the future is, because our acquisition of land will continue to be a very substantial challenge as we actually complete our city edges. So there's some policy.
Is that a statute or is that an ordinance?
That is ordinance driven.
Oh, okay. Good to know. All right, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
Oh, I have a remarkably easier question. So the Door Creek shelter, is it open year round? And is it open when there aren't reservations, or is it only open by reservation?
All right. Trying to see. So if generally it's spent to this, the intent is to have a year-round facility. Its exact program isn't fully defined. But if Mike Sturm or Ann Frauwald want Mike, if Mike's here, he's been project guiding and leading this one, so he can probably give you a little better input of the current design.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Eric. So the Door Creek shelter will be a multi-season facility. So it'll be a conditioned space, and the current building design, we've gone through multiple iterations with community involvement, and we also have secured Urban Design Commission approval on the building itself. And it is focused primarily at this point as far as a reservation space for community events. I think it's, as Eric mentioned, I think that there might be some possibility where it's available without reservation, but I should mention that the restrooms will always be publicly available during normal park hours, so that the restrooms are accessible from the exterior of the building, and but they also function from the interior of the building as well. It's set up somewhat like the John Wall Family Pavilion at Tenney Park. That's kind of our programming model that we've been working from. And I think it's an interesting question, but at this point, the primary focus is on reservations, with the understanding that the restrooms would be available whenever the park is open.
And Mike, I apologize putting myself out there as not recalling. Is there an exterior pavilion or overhang component that's in the final design? Yeah,
correct. So there is a substantial shelter roof overhang area where picnic tables will be placed, and there's also an exterior bottle filling station as well.
Yeah, and Alder Paulson, the other thing I would just reference as we move forward, we'll be looking to talk to a number of you and about policy changes related to fee areas for skiing. We've been working with ski partners, and Door Creek is a desired place to move to fee-based, which leads to a higher level of grooming. That could bring the question of what kind of winter program is there, if any, as far as ski rentals and the like. So I don't want to speak to exactly how it will be used, but we know from our experience with Highland Manor and Olbrich and Warner that year-round reservable space is of extreme scarcity in the affordable range.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for Parks? Seeing none. Oh, Alder Revere. I knew we couldn't get away without questions for you on Parks, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Eric would concur. Well, as a courtesy, I was going to let Alderperson Evers ask about the Birdingham Beach House, since that's in the 13th Aldermanic District. But as it's across the street from the district I'm elected to represent, and it's something that my constituents consider a very valuable resource. I'll go ahead with all.
Go ahead, Alder.
Permission. Okay, thank you. So Eric, we've been talking about this in these forums for years and years and years and years and years. I did a quick review of old capital budgets, and I believe this project first appeared in the capital budget around 2013, when Birmingham boats came into fruition. Could you help me understand why the project is both on the horizon list and in the SIP for 2028? It seems like it would be confusing to interested parties to have it both on the horizon list and included in the SIP.
No, that's it might feel that way at first, but it is kind of both. So the funding in 2028 would be the design development of the building and facility, the UDC approvals, as Mike referenced earlier. We have a pretty arduous process to build a public facility and a park. And that would be the design development. 200,000 is the plan. The horizon list would still contain the actual funding for construction. And it has certainly been delayed many times. I will say from the original 2013 timeframe, the original agreements with Birmingham Boats, there was some optimism from the operator and ourselves that we could sustain it a pretty good period longer. And that's been done. Unfortunately, the last couple of years have started to show that maybe our original feelings of late 20 teens was right of its useful life, because it's on its last legs. And we have reprioritized, and we'll continue to do so. It's an important project, but that is why it's on both the horizon list and in the budget, Alder Verveer.
And so this isn't the only project in the Parks Division where it's in the budget, both places, both horizon list and in the SIP.
I do not know if it is or not. I don't think it probably is, because we probably have some other wraparounds like that, but I'd have to look. I don't remember the horizon list detail perfectly.
I think we've got.
Have you had anything? And do you want to go ahead? Thank you.
Well, I was just going to say, I think Hill Creek is one of those where we have money in the SIP and also on the horizon list for the major development. Planning first and then construction.
And I would certainly say that I otherwise didn't want to speak without looking at the horizon list, but if it's not on there, Vilas Park, James Madison Park, and Lake Mendota Waterfront are all projects that I think clearly have either existing master plans or anticipated master plans that will require more funding than is currently allocated in the CIP.
And Alder, if I can just intervene here for a minute, we may want to have a conversation between finance and parks about the use of the horizon list. I'm not sure that projects that we are actively planning for in the SIP belong on the horizon list for their out years. So I think we might need to dig into that a little bit more.
Thank you, Mayor. And my thoughts exactly. I really appreciate that. And perhaps this is a nice idea for a capital budget amendment to just ensure that there isn't confusion all around. I mean, the information, it seems to me, that's in the horizon list in terms of an operating budget plan and so forth can easily be, copied and pasted over to the project description since it's in the SIP. So one other follow-up, have you had recent conversations with Tyler Leeper, Eric, about, well, Dave, you want to weigh in before I move on?
Well, I'll just point out that the Vilas Park project and Birmingham are both in 2028. So it does kind of make sense to put those on the horizon list because that's outside the SIP when the construction would occur, just so we're clear about that.
That's the thinking, is construction versus design and planning.
Right.
We'll have a conversation about it.
Thank you. Well, the 13th Aldermanic District really is targeted for the confusion, perhaps, by outside observers. Anyway, one last thing about the boathouse, please, Eric. Have you and Tyler Leeper had any recent conversations about how much Birmingham Boats would contribute privately?
We have not had any formal negotiations. We have discussed how we would approach a subsequent agreement that would cover that. I do think it depends on a number of factors, is what I would say, and I do think it is reasonable for us as a city to expect either a significant contribution towards the asset's construction or a significant change in the terms of the use agreement. But I'm not in a position to say that we've negotiated would be incorrect and inaccurate. I think I have mostly tried to assure Tyler and his team that we are aware of the building's condition and appreciate their sustaining a what used to be a liability in our books and is certainly not a high quality asset on it today.
Very well said. So the $100,000 figure for private contributions in the executive capital budget, that isn't a figure just out like as a placeholder, that is at least based on some conversation?
I would say it is more for the budget purposes, it's more of a placeholder to signal that there is a public-private partnership here that ought to be considered, and all to revere that depending on design, development, and the goals of the community, there could be other sources that are non-city as well, in my estimation. But it is definitely a placeholder more than any structured negotiation.
Yeah, I think it also would be a great project for the Park Foundation because there are so many users of Birmingham Park that I think would be willing to contribute, as you and I had a conversation along that line about a week or so ago regarding other Birmingham Park improvements that have been suggested of late. You'll recall that conversation. I'll just switch topics here if I could, and realize that we're fortunate to have the project manager, Mike Sturm, here for the Lake Mendota waterfront project. I was just hoping you could, Mike, if Eric, Mike is the appropriate one to answer my questions about that one, to confirm that what the expenditures that are anticipated next year in particular for that. I do note, again, thanks to the wonderful budget staff's budget presentation improvement here, that there, at the time of the budget preparation, it looked like it was approximately $300,000 in carry forward geo borrowing for what we used to call Law Park. Is that, why don't I back up, Mike? What do you anticipate needing to expend next year to keep the project going with the design challenge and so forth?
Certainly, thank you, Alder Revere. Well, first we have to provide our portion of the design challenge stipend. So if you recall, it's roughly $112K, our contribution. So the Friends of Nolan Waterfront are providing 50% of that funding for the challenge. And that is the $75K stipend per team for the 3 teams that are participating. So we're going to be ensuring that we can cover that. We are also working with a variety of other consultants on the project that will likely have some costs that will be incurred as far as engagement by, for example, we're cutting a contract with Urban Assets and Equity by Design so that they can continue to be involved in the project as far as public engagement, consultation, and meeting with the design teams and answering their questions. I don't have an exact number right now as far as what we think we might be spending next year. I can definitely put some thought into that and provide that to you afterward. But I think that maybe the short answer might be that I think it's sufficient what's been allocated. And I know that we're going to be, once we do have a master plan that's been adopted, we'll be working very closely with city engineering and looking at improvements to the causeway and quickly shifting gears into design development to implement master plan recommendations for the causeway project in association with the John Nolan Drive reconstruction. So that's kind of the time frame that we're really working towards is when engineering anticipates that project going under construction in 2026. So it's kind of running parallel with that work. And again, I guess I'm afraid I don't have a specific number for you, but I definitely can put that together and share that.
Yeah, Alder Revere, we can, and that's a good point. We should probably do that for all policymakers because it's definitely a little bit of a draw. It's been drawn out budgetarily quite a bit, but the last time we met and spoke about it as a team, we feel pretty confident with the private support we've gotten from the Friends group that we are in a position to sustain the design challenge and allow it to do all the things that it's doing and support it with the appropriate consultants in 2023.
Well, great. So obviously the bottom line is that as of now, you are very comfortable that we don't need any new appropriation for 2023, that the carry forward and the Friends Group private contributions are all sufficient, is what I'm hearing.
I believe that to be the case, Alder Revere, yes.
And Mike, Michael, I'll happily take you up on your offer if you could crunch the numbers, particularly between now and when capital budget amendments are due for finance committee members. That would be awesome. And then speaking of private fundraising, and obviously the Friends Group is done Yo Person's work, as you've already alluded to, Eric, in this regard. So I was a little surprised to see the budget highlight that, kind of, and I know this wasn't intended, but kind of states the opposite in black and white, that we don't anticipate private contributions. Can you speak to that budget highlight? And I offered the original budget amendment many years ago for this, what we called Law Park project at the time. And that private contribution figure was something that I worked on with the Friends Group, and it was considered, obviously multi-year private fundraising. So can you help me understand that one a little further, please?
I'm gonna ask if Mike or January or Lisa are familiar with that highlight. I read it and I'm not completely sure. My anticipation is that it was trying to line out the actual known anticipated private commitments at this time. Alder Revere, one of the big challenges, not a challenge, one of the things we'd like to do is be able to, as we sign the master plan contract, after that, close a project and move forward then into implementation, right? And we do have a goal of not having what I'll call phantom private revenue setting on the books if we can avoid it. So I'm assuming that's the case. I know it was not the intent to lower the value of the private support we do have. But if anybody else in the team has more direct knowledge or corrects me there if I'm wrong, that's my reading of it without knowing perfectly.
Eric, yeah, I'm afraid I don't know any particular details on that as well. I think that you're correct that it might have been an older entry that's being that's sort of a course correction as far as the Friends Group contribution. But I apologize. I don't know the details on that specific comment on the waterfront funding.
Thank you, Mike. You can maybe delve into it a little further, and we can have a conversation in the coming days. That would be sufficient. I will point out that in 2026, in conjunction with the causeway replacement, the SIP $7.5 million in private contributions list there, and then in 2024 $50,000. So I'll be curious as to where those figures kind of came from. If possible, we can have an offline conversation, Mike, and you can walk me through that. I'd appreciate that. And then, Mike, one last question on Lake Mendota waterfront. Are these 2026 figures in the SIP here, or whoever can answer this, but the $2.5 million, is that in consultation with Chris Pedikowski and their budget, and assuming that that you've figured out for the causeway construction what would be considered parkland versus city engineering? Because, for example, some of us in this meeting, I'll sign letters to Secretary Buttigieg to support a grant that would include expanding the Capital City Trail for the Causeway project and so forth that Chris referenced earlier in tonight's meeting. So am I to assume that these figures are in consultation with engineering, and this is the assumption that would be on parkland? Or
Yeah, thank you, Alder Verveer. Yes, yes, essentially this, so early on within the sort of the coordination between the two projects, working with our partners in city engineering, we identified sort of the definition of scope for both projects. And this is recognizing that the John Nolan Drive reconstruction project is, you know, they're working towards construction plans and a construction project in 2026. Right now for the Lake Monona waterfront, we're at a much more conceptual level. Master planning is really big ideas, what needs to happen. So you'll see that there's a funding request for 2024, and that's to start to look at how we're going to utilize the funding that's been identified in 2026 for the parks. It's not really park land, I shouldn't say that, but for the Lake Monona waterfront master plan scope for those improvements so that we can get design development done and have them constructed, again, sort of in concert. The 2.5 million, to be fair, is a ballpark estimate on having something of measurable quality being added to the causeway for the bicycle and pedestrian aspect of that connection. So I think that we'll, once we have, once come probably the first quarter of 2023, when we have a better understanding of the direction of the master plan improvements and the proposed, in particular for the causeway, we can start to refine those numbers a little bit more. But it is not, how to say it, it is solely for work outside of the John Nolan Drive reconstruction project. So it isn't, we don't anticipate overlap as far as those two funding sources.
And I would just add that one way to think about it here is we would certainly prefer transportation dollars to cover everything on the causeway to make that would make just an amazing park experience and waterfront along the causeway. And I'm optimistic, but I'm unsure that will happen. And certainly the good thing is for this body is that the design and the master plan will extend back into Law Park and into Olin. And I would love to tell you that this world-class design competition that we're going to see through is going to yield something that the transportation dollars will cover, and this 2.5 won't be necessary. But I think this is probably more of a tip of an iceberg, hopefully not a huge insurmountable one, just a digestible one that we can do over time. And we frankly, Alder, put in as much as we could within the SIP constraints to support this project. And it's not tied to a very specifically thought out thing, like one piece. It's anticipatory in nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the response I was hoping that you would share, and that is that this is that it hopefully will all be covered by engineering, federal sources and so forth, and that this money in 2026 is actually more for Law Park and Olin Park than for the causeway. But obviously it's the construction year of the causeway, so I was uncertain, so we can obviously remain hopeful. And I was pleased to see that, realizing this is several years away still, but that you were confident that impact fee money of over $1 million would be available. I'll switch gears here lastly to my last question, the one that I think I ask most every year, and that is parkland acquisition. And I noted that for next year's land acquisition, amount is the same $6.3 million that's in the SIP in the current year adopted capital budget. And when I asked, what could you share about a little more specifics with us as to what additional land, might be in the ballpark of this excess of $6 million. Last year, your response was a strategic West Side land asset purchased in concert with the stormwater utility. I don't know if you heard me or not, Eric, but so is that still the case? Is most of this $6 million for a quote strategic West Side land asset that would be purchased with the stormwater utility?
Jointly with the stormwater utility, yes, and all there are other planned within our consistent with plan acquisitions, including a downtown park, including other expansions to Olin Park, that that could come up and we would support, and this may or may not make a budget amendment necessary. I'd let finance determine all that. But I always feel like budget amendments, if everybody likes to buy parks if we have the money, and the good news is we have the money. This $6 million is absolutely left in the budget again for the reason you just said, and that is to try to reassure the owner of the property, or owners as it might be, that the city is committed, we are serious, and we have funds allocated to make it a reality. I'm less optimistic this year than I was last year of that deal closing in the next 12 months. But I think doing the due diligence for the future of our park system, having this tool in the budget is very helpful. It has helped bring optimism to that process before. My hope is it does again. And the good thing for land acquisition is, you all probably know, we're in it for the long haul. We're here forever. So we just keep waiting for that opportunity.
And thank you for reassuring us that there were sufficient resources. And I looked at page 220 of the budget book, the impact fee, parkland, specifics in terms of, what we believe we project will be the fund balance both this year and next year. And that would be available for other opportunities that arise, including one that you and I talked about to expand Brittingham Park last week when we talked.
There are resources available to make strategic acquisitions that are consistent with our plans, and expanding Brittingham Park and meeting the downtown plan would be one of them. There are many out there, and the good news is for this body, financially, we're in a very good position to be able to acquire parkland. It's much easier for us to acquire it these days than to take care of it, to be honest.
Yes, sad but true reality. But anyway, thank you for reassuring us again this year that we do have the resources for parkland acquisition, especially for opportunities arise downtown or elsewhere. So thank you very much, Eric and Mike and Ann and the team, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for parks? Seeing none. Thank you, Eric and Mike and team. Appreciate you. And we move on to streets. Charlie.
I can virtually always promise to be shorter than parks. All right. You see the slide there in front of you. You can see for the streets division, our capital budget's rather simple for such a large organization. I would just remind you that a lot of our capital needs are housed in other people's budgets. Fleet and Mahant, they handle our equipment purchases, replacement. A fair amount of that is work with streets. Also, engineering facilities took over the facilities budget from streets a few years ago now. So repair of buildings and things of that nature that you might expect from the streets division have been housed in engineering now for, I think this is the third budget. And then, of course, in stormwater over in engineering as well, street sweeper acquisition and things of that nature there. So that leaves us with a relatively straightforward capital budget. We've also scraped and raked together money from some projects to try and get some larger things done for us, and we'll talk about that in the upcoming slides. Christine, if you please. So one of the big things that we've been shifting money around here for a couple of years to try and make sure we get done is to move the drop off site from where it has traditionally been at Badger Road over to Olin Avenue site, the transfer station, not where the temporary home is, kind of in the front of the building, right off of Olin Avenue, but actually coming in off Expo Way behind the water utility. What this will greatly improve the safety of the Badger yard. Keep in mind, both engineering and streets use this area. It is not great when we're in the middle of a snowstorm and we have people coming in to drop off batteries and things of that nature. And so having a dedicated space for this with its own entry, we'll actually be able to set it up kind of in a circle, how we've been able to do temporarily out at South Point. It has been very efficient and been very well received by the by the residents. So it should be much, much safer, much more simpler to use, and a much more efficient in and out for the users. Our needs for the far south, for the far west facility continue to grow. Was very happy to see that remain in the budget. Just a reminder that not only makes us better on the far west side of town, but it adjusts our boundaries such that the east side Sycamore facility has much less drive around time. The Badger facility becomes much more of a centralized facility, and then we have the far west. So it'll make the streets division better across the board. It also, because it puts us so much closer to our work, will really tamp down needs for staff growth and things of that as the city continues to go. And probably something pretty new. I was concerned I might be considered a heretic, but for the first time that I'm aware of, the number one priority in our capital budget this year was not equipment. We slid that down a little bit, partly in recognition that the cost has gone out of control, and along with that, you just can't get it. We're putting order on things now, and we're hoping things show up by 24 or 25. It's that bad out there. So I certainly echo what Mahant was mentioning earlier. It's just hard to get anything right now, no matter what you're willing to pay. And so what we did was we took $265,000 out of that streets equipment budget, and we used it to help cover some of our expanding costs elsewhere. The drop-off site, a month or so ago, 2 months ago, I forget, Brian Cooper's staff gave us an updated number on that. We needed more money, to no one's surprise. So we took some of that $265K, put it in that project. The mayor's executive, we're very grateful to have $450K of new money to make sure that that project goes off next year. And then we moved the remaining $115,000 we pulled out of the equipment budget to make sure our tipping floor project goes forward in the spring. We're shooting to do that in April. This floor has lasted, I believe, 13, 14 years. A couple of years ago, we switched to rubber blades, and we were able to delay this project for 3 years. I anticipate this new floor with our rubber blades on the loader should last about 25 years. So we should get much more bang for our buck on this project. And then looking ahead, we're still kind of working on some things. We'll probably get this on the, if not in the SIP, on a future horizon list in the next budget cycle. But getting a sand salt facility out at the Sycamore site on the books. The facility that's there now is starting to reach the end of life, and we're seeing repairs more and more each year. And that might also give us an opportunity if South Point comes on board to kind of right size that facility. We might be able to go a little bit smaller. So we kind of want to wait and put that off another year or two and make sure if South Point's going to hold. It allows us to size our facilities a little bit differently. And then also, again, with the Badger Wash Bay, if we're moving a third of our people and equipment out of Badger Road, it actually could make this project much, much cheaper because we can house it under our current roof as opposed to need to build anything on. Christine, if you could, last slide, please. So, our situation was really just about trying to continue to provide high-level services across the city. That South Point or Far West facility cannot be overstated. Again, not just because of what it allows us to do on the far west side of town. Please keep in mind that is not just a streets facility, but forestry is now part of streets. They'll have a home there. Parks will have a home there. Fleet will have a home there. So for your far west facilities for police and fire, instead of trucking their equipment all the way out to Nakusa, they'll have a garage right out there in their neighborhood, which will save a lot of time for those for that equipment to be serviced. The drop-off locations, as I mentioned, this should put us in a position to have well-positioned, well thought out and efficient, safe drop-off locations, which continue to be popular. And then, as I mentioned before, the electrification of equipment, Mahant, of course, goes at the speed of electricity or the speed of light working on these things, but we are trying to be a good partner with Fleet and with the city's goals to move towards biodiesel and electrification. The low-speed grinder has a chance, if we can get that in here, to be a pretty significant savings on the operating budget. So we're very hopeful that will work out. It's pretty rare yet that electric equipment can be actually a true, you can make a business case for it just on pure dollars straight up. without getting into their environmental benefits. And I think this is one that can. So be really great if we're able to get that done. And then just a reminder about where some of our other budget resides these days. So happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thanks, Charlie. Are there questions for streets? Going once. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Charlie.
Evening.
Thanks for confirming that the plans are well underway to make the Olin Avenue drop-off site a permanent reality. As you recall, Brian Cooper was kind enough to invite me to attend a meeting with you and Randy Wiesner and perhaps others earlier this year, where you shared the design with me, even though it's not my aldermanic district, to be clear, but something that I've been very interested in, given how so many Central City residents depend on the Badger Road drop-off site. Anyway, with all that said, you've already assured us that even with inflationary pressures and so forth, the money that is appropriated here, along with unused appropriation authority to carry forward, is sufficient, correct?
That's correct.
And what's the timing of this? I believe the plan is that the temporary arrangement we have, where that's only open on certain afternoons, or Fridays are the afternoon it's not open, but weekday afternoons and weekends would continue. And and I realize I'm treading here. Thank you for your indulgence, Mayor, on operating budget questions. But what's the timeline for both the temporary operation and the permanent construction and operation? When would all that happen?
So the temporary setup will wind up going away at the end of November as we close things up for the winter. We don't have those kind of hours during the snow season to be open. We are looking at getting started in the spring on construction for the new facility. So I'm going to say optimistically we could have the new facility opened up, maybe late next year. If not late next year, then hopefully very early the following. There's not buildings and facilities. This is earthwork and paving. So some of those pressures on materials and bottlenecks are less of an issue here than, say, for example, what we ran into with our salt and sand facility at Badger Construction that we had hoped to be doing this year, and it didn't make because of those bottlenecks. So this should be, as far as in this current economy, should be a pretty straightforward project to get done once we get started. And I believe, and Brian's still on the call, he can correct me, I believe we're planning on putting this out within the next month or two to get bids. So we should be good to go in the spring to get this thing constructed.
So am I understanding correctly, Charlie, that the temporary arrangement would reopen in the spring is the intention, and the construction is all more in the rear?
So I had to put in budget reductions for the operating budget, and we can certainly talk about those at the appropriate time. But certainly my hope would be that we could do that.
Yeah. So in a perfect world, I realize again. Thank you for your.
It's hard to. It's
depending on operating question here,
but it's a fair question. Sometimes it's hard to plan year to year.
In terms of construction, not operating impact, budget impact. In terms of construction, the temporary drop off at Olin could still run concurrent to the construction.
There would be nothing about the construction of the new facility in the back that would prevent us having a temporary facility in the front.
Very good. I really appreciate that assurance. Thank you.
Yep.
The last thing I wanted to ask about, and I know I've asked this in prior years of perhaps not you as streets and urban forestry superintendent, but perhaps Eric and his predecessors as park superintendent and Marla Eddy as forester, and that is that I've noticed that over the years we've always had a lot of unused carry forward for the street tree program. And can you just perhaps explain that to me in layperson's terms. So you always have sufficient funding for street trees in the capital budget, and is it the operating issues why we aren't able to use that capital money more regularly?
We have plenty of funds to plant trees.
Yeah.
What we run into, Alder Revere, is that our window to plant trees is relatively short here in Wisconsin. And that's a combination of working with our nurseries and when they can supply. And then also, these trees have to be planted, and then we can't babysit them like someone can for a tree in their own yard. So where a resident might plant a tree in June and be able to really nurse it through the hot summer, we can't do that, which means like I said, our windows are short. So in order to plant more trees, we would have to have more staff to throw at it for very short periods of time. And so that has always kind of been the bottleneck to, I guess, fully expending that money. We have planting sites, as you're probably aware, that could take trees, and we have funds for the trees, but it's just a matter of having that staffing for those, that month and a half in the spring, and then again about 3 weeks in the fall, to be. And then I should say on top of that, and then the specialists who work nearly year round on different aspects of getting trees planted. So yes, it would take more in an operating sense to be able to expend those funds more quickly and not have the carryover. I hope I didn't mangle that answer too much. It was making sense to me, but I don't know if it actually was.
No, it makes sense. And I obviously think we're all aware of the short windows for spring and fall plantings that forestry has always had. It's just always, policymakers love trees. Everyone loves trees. And over the years, we've often asked in these meetings, do you have enough money for trees? Can't we give you more money for trees? And
yes,
and the reality is there's always plenty of money for trees. We just don't get them all planted. And there's always, plenty of money in that munis line item, it seems to me.
Yes, there is.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much, Charlie. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for streets? Alder Paulson?
You know what? Actually, this is better as an email.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Appreciate it. Last chance for streets. All right. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. That is the end of the Public Works section. So we're on to transportation, and we'll start with parking. Oh, Alder Vitiver.
Could we have a 10-minute break, please?
Alder Vitiver would move a 10-minute break, as is traditional to do at 8 p.m. And President Furman will second that. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we'll recess until 8:04 p.m. folks come back. We're less than a minute out. All right, I will call back to order the meeting and ask Dave to call the roll.
Council President Furman,
Present.
Alder Carter, Alder Revere,
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole,
Here.
Alder Vidovert,
Present.
Alder Evers,
Here.
Mary of Quorum.
Thank you. All right, now we're on to parking.
Hi, my name is Tom Lynch. I'm the Director of Transportation, and with me is David Wills. He's been helping out quite a bit over the last numerous months as interim parking director. So this is our main sheet. We have our 5 main categories. I'll take the first 2, or the intercity bus terminal and the State Street campus garage replacement, and David will take the others. Why don't we go ahead and start right into the next slide. So State Street campus parking garage is part of the mixed use RFP process. This is a parking garage that was constructed in 1964, so it's almost 60 years old. This really provides a unique opportunity in that we can use a variety of funding sources such as air rights, the TIF funding, to kind of replace a garage that needs to be replaced, but then also it provides an intercity bus terminal that's been a desire of the community for a while and is incorporated in our Imagine Madison comp plan. The total cost of this will be about $48 million. That's with escalation for inflation. About 14.5 would be borrowing that's supported by the parking division or the parking utility. About 15 million of this would be TIF borrowing. And then 18.5 million would come from the parking reserve initially, but eventually it would, there would be $18 million of air rights would be transferred into the parking reserve, which would then be used to help construct this. There's also a $500,000 payment for the apartment shells that are right adjacent to the parking structure. The graphic to the right kind of shows what the garage will look like. Most of the parking will be above ground. There'll be 1 floor below ground. And then that green bar shows the bus terminal location and what that will look like. The intercity bus terminal, that portion of the project will be about 1.7 million. Now that doesn't really factor into the structure of the bus terminal, but more of the finishing of the bus terminal and the amenities, like passenger waiting area and some of the things that are needed for the buses. So that's actually the main portion of parking's budget. The next slide, David will go into some of the more routine, maybe capital expenditures.
Good evening, everyone. Excuse me, as Tom indicated, my name is David Wills, and I'm the interim parking manager and parking operations supervisor. The parking division has asked for $420,000 for our Overture Center garage lighting project. We've been attempting to tackle this project for a few years, and funds have actually been diverted in previous years due to some cost overruns for other projects. In addition, we've requested $88,000 for the replacement of 1 3/4 ton utility truck, and we hope that ends up being an electric vehicle, and a Kubota utility vehicle, both of which are utilized in our maintenance section for the daily upkeep of our facilities. Parking enforcement section is requesting $131,000 for the acquisition of 31 two-way radios. These are the two-way portable radios that they carry on their person. These are replacement radios for parking enforcement personnel to use during their routine daily duties. The current two-way radios are being kept by the Madison Police Department. They are encrypted for police use. And it's my understanding that they have are fallen out of warranty, and the Madison Police Department originally paid for those radios to begin with. So they would like to keep that equipment. The last item, we're requesting $38,000 for the replacement of rugged Toughbook mobile computers. These computers are used in parking enforcement vehicles and allow the parking enforcement personnel to access dispatch, verify vehicle registrations, and access daily programs related to their work. So these dollars will allow us to replace with new computers and gradually phase them in over the course of a few years. And we'll make certain that all equipment is updated and working properly since the current computers have reached the end of their useful life. So with that, Tom and I are more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Tom and David. Alder Bennett?
Yes, I feel like Tom and we've been talking about like the State Street or the Lake Street campus garage. I really wanted to understand how I know you were talking a bit in our meetings about how like adding more affordability to the project would put more pressure on parking. And I kind of want to understand what that would look like if you can even handle that load, like how would that
I think I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
So right now, there's I think it's about $18 million of air rights that the developer is transferring to the city for the air rights above the garage. And so the parking utility is taking those air rights and using it to build or replace that 60-year-old garage. So if more affordability is required or desired, right, then the developer would decrease the payment for the air rights.
Right.
So let's say which means that the parking utility, right now we're borrowing about $14.5 million, and we'll have to service that debt. If let's say we had to borrow $16 million or $17 million, then the parking utility would have to service that debt. Right now, if we're using a 20-year bond, and this is kind of where David would get into it, but the average payment that the parking utility would have to service for that is $1 million. So, the parking utility, will have to pay to replace this garage. But, how do I want to say this? It ends up being beneficial to the parking utility because 70% of this garage is being paid for by the air rights and the TIF. And our average payment for the 14.5 will be roughly around $1 million. If we have to borrow more than $14.5 million, then our payment will grow, and we'll have to take that out of the parking operations funds.
Okay. Maybe I'll just coordinate with you via email or one-on-one.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. David, I'm a little bit perplexed by the idea that the police department paid for something and won't let the parking utility use it. There is no such thing as the police department paying for anything. It all comes out of the city budget. So I just want to be clear, are you guys getting the same exact radios that you have now? Is it a new radio system? can I better understand why we're buying new radios when the city paid for those radios?
Yeah, Alder Furman, I misspoke. That money came out of the general fund. And in our talks with the police department, it is our understanding that they wish to retain that current equipment for their use, special events, those types of things that go on around the city. And therefore, it's up to the parking division, now that we are transitioning the parking enforcement personnel into parking, to replace that radio equipment for them.
Yeah, maybe I can supplement what David just said. And there is a memo. I guess the police department oftentimes will recruit officers from other agencies to help with special events, like maybe, I don't know, I don't know, but they recruit officers from other agencies. And when those officers are helping our police with events and the like, they need a radio to communicate with the MPD. So that's
those would be large events like presidential visits, things of that nature.
So.
Sure, but that's not something they have now. That's something that they want. It sounds like, right?
Well, they say right now, because all the PEO radios are housed right there in the station, and the PEOs are not on duty during a lot of these events because they're at night, they have access to them now. So that's kind of their.
And so are you folks buying the same exact radios?
I believe we're buying a level down, I think, David?
Yes, that's true. They're a level down, is my understanding, Alder Furman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
Yeah, and if this wanders too much into the operating budget, I expect the mayor will push back on me here. But I wanted to just talk a little bit about the rate structure for the new parking garage, and this is kind of echoing back to Alder Bennett's comments, and finding ways to make some of the housing more affordable, even if it's potentially at the cost of the air rights. Our parking ramps are really cheap. The hourly rates at our parking rates are really cheap. And I understand a little bit of that on the square where maybe the demand can be a little more elastic, but kind of at campus, it feels like that parking is gonna, we could jack that price up relatively high without turning off too many users and take money that's currently on the table. And I'm less worried about some of the ResJ implications of that. So I would appreciate, and we can push this off to email and follow-ups later, but to really explore some high revenue scenarios from the parking to get a sense for, where could we potentially find a way to make the apartments above it more affordable.
So maybe, Tom, let's not get into a discussion about parking rates in particular, although I think that's a conversation to be had, and I know that Tom agrees with me. Perhaps someone can talk about the relationship between the operating revenue from the ramp and the capital costs.
Well, yeah. I'm not sure if this is what you're thinking about, but Mayor, but it costs us much more to construct a space and to operate that space than we get in monthly revenue. These particular spaces are quite expensive. In fact, we just got a new estimate today, over $80,000 a stall, and so yet we. Right now we monthly permit is maybe $200 a stall, right? And so maybe we can get it to $300 a stall, but it's unlikely that we'll be able to fully capture the capital cost and operation cost through our monthly rentals. But I will, I believe in appropriately priced parking, but I also want to acknowledge that this parking does provide a service to some businesses, right? So access to State Street businesses, places that we love. It does provide access to that. So it's kind of a balance, right? We want to appropriately price parking and not incentivize auto travel, but we love our businesses and we want them to be able to attract customers. And so we have to just strike that balance.
And
Thanks. So, sorry, go ahead, David.
I'm sorry, if you'll embellish me just a bit. At one point in my career, we kind of had a captive audience. That's not necessarily the case anymore. As Tom will agree with me, we do have competitors now, and they are much more nimble in terms of changing their pricing structure than we have the capacity to do at this point. So we need to bear that in mind as well. I would just point to the Wilson Garage as an example that, on the evenings through concerts on the square, we saw about 40% occupancy, whereas our private competitors were openly competing for our business. And unfortunately, we're getting a great deal more business than we were. So I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but just wanted to add that.
So I think all of that is useful information. What I was actually getting at was that the rates that we set for a future parking space in the Lake Street garage, I believe, and Dave or someone else can correct me if I'm wrong, really actually have no bearing on the current capital deal. Right. And so, even if we were to say right now, and to be clear, we're not saying that, even if we were to say right now, we will double our rates, it actually wouldn't put us in a position to say we can do something more on affordability of the housing, because it's apples to oranges. The affordability question and the air rights question is a one-time capital deal, where the rates are an ongoing operating question. So while we really do need to have that conversation, I don't think it really impacts the question around how much or how deep we can go on affordability.
Well, kind of where I was going, and I don't want to dig too deep here, and so I'll shut off after this, was just exploring the possibility of, if we drop the air rights in exchange of some affordability, now we have to make up some money from that. I don't know if we're funding any of this through revenue bonds or anything that are backed by the parking utility. Presumably, if we said, okay, we're going to budget more, we're going to assume that we can make up the revenue for those revenue bonds early on, with a higher rate that would give us some flexibility. This is, again, we can take this up via email afterwards, but I think that there are still some opportunities there. Maybe there aren't. Maybe the subsidy is just so high that they, it just doesn't matter, especially when it's capitalized out over the full 20-year amortization or whatever. But still feels like we've got money downstairs and parties upstairs, and maybe we can find a way to move a little of that money around to help out, to bring some balance. So,
yeah, I hear what you're saying, Alder. I think given the fact that we're already not even coming close to making our money back on the parking piece, seems unlikely, but it's certainly a conversation to have. Alder Bennett, another question?
Yeah, I mean, I understand you were saying it's apples to oranges, but I'm kind of I understand. Okay, I get that it's a one-time payment, right? But I also understand that we need to, right now there's like that $3 million gap between what was the more discounted or affordable option. And I guess I'm not fully understanding, if we increase the fees, then it would make it easier for parking to pay back or to make up that $3 million gap. Am I misunderstanding that?
Yeah, I can. So Historically, parking has generated a surplus, but this year we are just breaking even. In fact, on Concerts on the Square, our garages are at 40% occupancy, where they used to be at 100% occupancy. So we're in a market, you know what I mean? And so, I would like to just say, let's price our parking for what it really costs us, or without subsidizing autos. But we are in a market, we do have competitors, and so you have to figure out, well, what's the right price where we get the people to park and generate the most revenue. And I don't think it's as simple as just raising our rates, because as mentioned, like on Concerts on the Square, traditionally we would be sold out and we were at 40% occupancy. So
okay, well, that's another question too. If we're not completely filling our parking units because we have, I guess, other competitors in the market, then correct me if I'm wrong, but we're replacing all of the parking units currently in this parking garage. No,
Alder, we reduced the number of stalls by approximately 100.
It looks like the final numbers are going to be closer to 80. So.
Okay.
And does that reduction in stalls reflect does that reflect our current demand for this parking garage?
Yeah, Alder, we discussed this in some detail at a previous finance committee meeting when we were talking about negotiations, and so yes, it does.
Okay, that's fine. I'll follow up one-on-one, but thanks.
Any other questions for parking? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, David and Tom, for joining us again tonight after being with us last night. I wanted to ask about the parking enforcement facility. I saw that you requested it in your agency request for the 23 capital budget, and it's not included here. Could you give us an update, please, on where things are at, and in terms of a search for a temporary or permanent home for the parking enforcement officers and all the vehicles?
Yeah, right now it looks like we will have a temporary home providing negotiations are successful at the Town of Madison location. And the small amount of money needed to renovate that, I believe, was put into the facilities budget. There will be a longer term review of space needs that is more comprehensive, will include Sales Street. And so we will have a home for the PEOs probably in January, providing negotiations are successful. But then the long-term home could be a Town of Madison, but it could be other places based on all these different moving parts.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom. Yes, that resolution, as you know, was on the consent agenda last night. Purchase the current town hall property, and it referenced using that for future city needs, both temporary and permanent. So my follow-up question is, what was the timing of that? You said January. Do you mean January 23 or January 24? I know the council adopted legislation had the transfer was to be effective the end of 23, correct?
Yes. We're trying.
So when do you foresee the PEOs that are currently decentralized in all the district PD stations, when do you foresee them all coming together in the town hall? Would that be January 24 or January 23?
We would like it to be before January 24. We would like it to occur in 2023. There's a variety of things that need to be switched. Stephanie's working with IT to get some of the IT accounts switched. Then we do need a space. Stephanie strongly desires having a centralized, more location for the PEOs. I believe it will be in 2023. I do not want it to extend to January of 24.
I appreciate that update. very much. Thanks. And thank you, David. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for parking? Seeing none. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mayor.
And we're on to traffic engineering.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. My name is Yan Tao, and I'm the city traffic engineer. I'm also joined by my colleague, Keith Pollack, our transportation analyst from traffic engineering. So first, I apologize that I may appear a little bit slow today. Stay up late, too late last night working on the grant proposal that's due on Thursday. So I didn't get my sleep, so I'm a little bit dizzy right now. So first, I want to give you a quick overview of our 2023 budget, and then I walk you through some of the new requests, major changes, and also talk about some of the considerations that we used to build the this year's budget request. So first, you can see that we have a large number of capital projects again this year. Actually, back in 2019 and previously, our annual capital budget was about $1.6 million also, and it grew to $7.3 million in 2022. And in 2023, if we get a major federal grant, hopefully we can get to $26.5 million also. So that's a huge growth for us. Definitely brings a lot of challenges to staff to deliver those projects as well. So if we can move on to the slides. So we are requesting 3 new programs. As I mentioned, the first one is a Safe Streets for All federal grant program. It's part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. So the Congress made a large sum of money available, and because the city is going to work on Vision Zero, and we have the only Vision Zero action plan in the state of Wisconsin, and also from last year to this year, we really saw a lot of improvements in traffic safety. As a matter of fact, that for the first half of the year, we saw fatalities and serious injuries reduced by 29% citywide. And specifically East Washington, they reduced by 33%, and with no fatalities so far this year. Well, we had 6 last year on East Washington Avenue. So I think we're recognized for doing good work. So hopefully we're well positioned for the grants. But it's a new program, so we're not totally sure how the grant will be judged. So if we don't get it, of course we'll not need a budget for this. So I mean there are I think we have lots of advantages. We also have disadvantages on this, especially since we have a much better starting point. We're already much safer than most other cities in the United States. So not sure how those factor in, but right now, staff team is working really hard, try to make the best case that we can. So hopefully, bring in millions of dollars to improve safety on our streets. Another 2 new programs we requested are for Town of Madison residents. So with the attachment, we need the funds to bring some of the infrastructure in the town to city standards, and also some of them actually to national standards. Specifically for street lighting, we're requesting $40,000 to do the upgrades in 2 years. And for signing and pavement marking, we are looking at a 3-year program. $90,000 2023, $60,000 2024, $50,000 in 2025. So hopefully after these few years, we'll get rid of the the traffic control devices that currently does not meet city standards. I also want to go through some of the major changes to our existing programs. So the first one is a John Drive tunnel lighting project. So this is for a tunnel underneath Mendota Terrace. So I've been working on it for a couple of years, and also coordinating with other stakeholders like the state parking ramp, Mendota Terrace, engineering, on making other improvements such as stormwater, because stormwater really cause a lot of corrosion to the lighting system. So it makes sense for everything to be fixed all together. So we are requesting additional $1 million in 2024, according to the latest estimates by the design consultant, due to inflation. We are also moving the construction from 2023 to 2024, mainly due to correlation with other major construction projects programmed for the area. So we don't want to cause a total bottleneck for the downtown area. The second adjustment we made is for a major program that we have been undertaking. That's a citywide LED streetlight conversion project. So initially we proposed to finish converting every single streetlight in the city of Madison that's city controlled by 2023. Now realistically, we need to extend that timeline to 2025 because the labor shortage issues and also inflation. Actually, I think all the review already touched on that when we discussed cameras with IT staff on that. To help deal with inflation, we applied for and received a federal grant through the Carbon Reduction Grant Program. So that's about $700,000. And so that will help us to kind of make up for inflation. That's actually a 2022 program. So we hope that will be, once we work everything out on the funds, we can amend our budget for 2022 to accept the funds. So we don't need to take a local match. That's already included in the project. However, due to some of the funding authorization issues at the state level, the funds right now cannot be used. So hopefully that issue will be resolved soon. If not, we will also have to change our 2023 budget, add this into that year. But really hope to get the money this year and start spending that. We do have vacancies, but over the past few weeks, we have been asking volunteers from our staff, actually going out every Saturday to change streetlights. So that's with over time, but we found that still we will still end up way ahead than hiring a contractor, because the contract cost will be about 3 times more when we do that in-house. Another major change we are making is for our traffic signal installation projects. So we had some really good conversation with finance staff, and so we're trying to improve the budgeting process for that. So in the past, we rely on budget amendments when a new signal is approved by the Transportation Commission, and we build the signal. We try to build a signal on the same year it was approved. But there are a couple of drawbacks. The first one is that it really makes the capital budget a little bit unpredictable. So it's better to build that in our annual budget request. And secondly, currently with a long lead time for signal equipment, especially steel products like poles, arms, sometimes lead time will be like a year. So it's not possible for us to build the signal in the same year anyways. So we're proposing to get a signal approved in 1 year and build it in the next year. So we can develop assessment districts, work on funding issues, work on the design, and build that into our regular budget requests. and also give us some time to order materials and get the project done. Another change for this program is that we have our eyes on another federal grant program that's called a SMART grant. So that's about using smart city technologies to improve transportation safety and efficiency. So we have a $1 million target with $200,000 city share. Next. Really quickly, some considerations that we had when developing the budget. Supply chain disruptions that has been experiencing, and the inflation. For example, for signposts, the price this year increased 90% compared to last year. So that's a 90, almost double the price. And right now it's really hard to recruit employees. You also lost a couple of employees to other city agencies, moving on to better positions. So we have to be very mindful on that, how to make our work more efficiently, how to attract new employees. But even with all the challenges, we're still trying to intentionally advance in city priorities, such as safety and health. Through our Vision Zero program, the Safe Streets Medicine program, the Safe Streets for All federal grant program, and also improvements to our public safety radio communication system. We're really trying to do a better job on climate resilience and sustainability. So we put a lot of emphasis on active transportation, for example, building better pedestrian bicycle infrastructure. And we are keep pushing forward the LED conversion project for all the streetlights. We have seen a lot of improvements in racial equity and social justice as well in our programs. Actually, recently, Christy from the mayor's office, asking for a list of projects, for the last few years, for South Madison, for example. And we found that actually before 2019, we couldn't find any project we did in the South Madison area. But since 2019, after we develop a new process, for the ped bike improvement projects, now we have a long list of projects being done in South Madison neighborhood. The story the same, across other traditionally underserved neighborhoods as well. And also we really trying to bring equity to the town infrastructure as well, bring them to the same standards that our other residents enjoys in the rest of the city. And finally, we're trying to position us really well to compete for the federal grants, as I mentioned, that Safe Streets for All and the SMART program. So with that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Yang. Are there questions for traffic engineering? Alder Carter.
Yeah, you mentioned the light upgrades for the town of Madison, and I noticed below that slide, towards the end of that slide, you had upgrading streetlights to LED. Would the town of Madison streetlights also be upgraded to LED?
Great question, Alder Carter. Yes, so for any new streetlights we're doing, it's going to be LED. Actually, most of the lights in town Madison are installed on utility poles. So those will not be able to touch, but we'll also work with utility companies, urging them to convert to LED.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Yang. I can't speak for my colleagues, but one of the complaints that this alder gets is that the LED lights are too bright and that they're not sufficiently shielded And folks, in fact, a resident recently emailed me, and the street light had burnt out, and his request is, please tell the city we don't want it replaced. It's just been too bright. Is there a way, are we sufficiently, particularly since the city we passed, my colleagues joined me on a resolution to move in the direction of dark sky compliance? Are we being very careful to make sure that our streetlights, as they become brighter, as they become converted to these LED fixtures, making sure they're appropriately shielded and not coming into people's windows and not unnecessarily like overdoing it, so to speak?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Okay, that's a great question. Yeah, we do, hear a lot of complaints, feedbacks from residents directly as well. Street lighting is one of the most controversial items for a neighborhood. Some want the street being really well lighted for safety reasons or for walking their dogs at night. Others really don't want them, so they want to, they're more conscious about dark sky, and they don't want the light get to their windows to disrupt their sleep. Especially as we move from the traditional lights to LED. LED does tend to be brighter, and the light will be whiter. We definitely made that mistake when we first install LEDs. We do that at the higher temperature ones, like 4,000, 5,000 and above. Those are a little bit more efficient, but it really creates some issues. So now, we learn our lesson, and we only install LED lights at a color temperature of less than 3,000. So typically 3,000 or 2,700. So that's kind of look yellowish, more close to the traditional lights, but still being energy efficient. And we do, when we design street lighting, we do make sure to be very careful on where to place them, where to aim them, so that we don't cause a lot of issues and cause light pollution to residents and to the sky. One advantage of LED is that it's mostly directional, which means that the lights can be directed towards the roadway, the sidewalk, instead of being dispersed in the atmosphere. But still, we still get complaints from folks. I mean, so most residents is fine with the new ones we use, especially when we intentionally not placing the lights in front of people's window. But sometimes we don't have the choice because trees and other things. So for that case, we do work with the individual residents, and we provide shielding, sometimes dimming, to make sure that we achieve a reasonable balance for reasonable lighting and for minimal disruption to the resident.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for traffic engineering? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Yang. As you already assumed and mentioned in your presentation, of course, I wanted to follow up my trifecta of agencies being questioned about the camera maintenance with you. So as I mentioned both last night with the police department and earlier today with Sarah Edgerton in this conversation, obviously we don't need to repeat anything that has already been said, but as I mentioned, I think in both those colloquies, a major issue I've come to learn is that your electrical crew has been extremely short-staffed this year, and you obviously identified that in your presentation as well. Generally, the labor issues. Can you give us an update on where we are currently with your electricians and that crew? And now that we hopefully have a solution to the long-term, both short-term and long-term issues of funding for camera maintenance and replacement, do you think you will be able to have the staff so that we don't have to use third-party private contractors to do some of this work as the cops have been doing this year?
Yeah, great questions. So first, let me talk about, give you others update on our staffing level for that group. We did, we had a lot of struggle, this year, with vacancies and with, difficulty finding people signing into the job. There are actually people looking for electrician's job, but, our electrician is a little bit different. So they're not just, working inside, making connections. They actually have to go out, dig trenches, dig holes, install, the very heavy poles, things like that. So definitely not ideal job for many people. So we did, struggle a little bit that, especially when right now there's so many choices out there, for labor. But I want to report that we're making a lot of progress. So we, I want to thank Mayor Satya and also the whole council for support for giving us a new position last year for the group, which is a supervisor position that we should have a long time ago, but we didn't. So we got that position. It took us about 6 months to fill it. It would not be quite a long process, but we did fill that position. And that person is actually an internal candidate from traffic engineering. He's really doing a good job, providing better support to everyone there. And we have been moving people up. So as the higher level position become vacant, we provide opportunities for promotions. So we promoted a couple of folks, and then vacated some of the lower level positions. So now we are filling that lower level positions. So right now we still have one lower level position to fill. We have a little bit higher level position to fill, but we are kind of reimagining the whole structure of the group. So the structure has been there for decades, and I really think that it's outdated. It cannot meet our current needs anymore. As I mentioned, that we are delivering so much more capital projects. We need more efficiency and we need more support for them. So we are totally redoing the structure over there. So there are some higher level positions where we're working with HR to redo some of the positions and review the PD actually for everyone. So right now we still have 2 vacancies, one lower level, one entry level position, and one senior level position, which we are re-envisioning. So that's kind of where we are with staff. But I will say that things are improving a lot, and we saw a lot of morale improvements, and also they're less stressed out with so many work to do with so little people. So that's being managed. So things are as we're looking up, day by day. Regarding the camera maintenance, so I definitely hope that maybe in a year or two, we'll build up a full team that will be able to support our growing number of projects, but maybe support other agencies more on things such as camera maintenance. And I also want to thank many people involved, I think including other reviewers as well, MPD and the IT staff as well as Sarah, for working together, develop a longer term plan for maintenance, which you heard from Sarah and her staff a little bit earlier this evening. So that's, I think, by have a life cycle program is a much better program to do. In the past, to be honest with you, we are really struggling. Even before when we had the staff to do the work, we are struggling with the budget. Because the agencies who own the cameras oftentimes don't have the budget to fix the cameras. And then when they needed to fix, for example, when MPD has a major event, it's emergent, it's very urgent. So we have to drop everything, go to fix the camera. Since there's no funds in MPD's account, we have to use the traffic engineering's other funding to make up for a cost. So I believe for last year, we had to spend $70,000 to do that. So that, has always been a burden for us. I think there's a lot of reasons. I think, to be honest with you, I think agencies like MPD may there's a lot of confusion on who owns cameras, right? And I was already asked that question before. From my the list that I have, MPD has about 113 cameras in the city. And traffic engineering has about half of those. Traffic engineering has 67 cameras. But I don't, I really believe that the staff at the police department don't even aware of those cameras are actually owned by them. So I think it creates some issues. But I think the new program will really help to make that better. So even right now, when MPD using a contractor to do the work, because we tried early this year, we're really struggling. We were not able to meet their demand on time. So we asked them to find a contractor to do the work. But even that, so they also reach out to us for help, and we're offering that. So especially when the contractor does not have the expertise or need access to our infrastructure, we'll always be there, assist them. So I think we understand that right now we're not able to do everything for MPD camera maintenance, but we're doing the best we can. And but hopefully in the future, we'll have the flexibility through the IT's new program that if city staff is available from traffic engineering, we can fix the cameras for any other agencies, and we just do internal billing for that. But also, if we're not available, if the agency prefers to use a different vendor, they can use a third party vendor to do that as well and charge for the same account. So I think it's a very good arrangement that IT staff came up with.
I appreciate your comprehensive response, Yang, and I especially appreciate your optimism for the future, particularly long term, and share your enthusiasm that this initiative will make a big difference and avoid a lot of confusion and frustration that's many of us have experienced in the past on this issue. And I look forward to hopefully even rosier labor report from you when you're back with us for the operating budget conversation next month. So thank you, Yang. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for traffic engineering? Seeing none, thank you, Yang. Appreciate it. And I believe we're on to transportation.
Great, thanks. Again, Tom Lynch, Department of Transportation. I've also asked Justin to turn on his camera so that he can be available to answer questions. Transportation has relatively few high impact big items. You can see the east-west, the north-south, BRT, the intercity passenger rail, and then the reconnecting communities. Next slide, please. Okay, we'll start with the east-west BRT. Back at this time last year, our BRT fleet was going to be 2/3 electric, 1/3 diesel. Justin, as the bipartisan infrastructure law was passed, he acknowledged or recognized that there was quite a bit of more funding for electric buses. So that, in combination with the mayor's office talking with FTA, we were able to secure an additional $23 million of federal CIG funding so that we can have a fully electric BRT fleet. So that's actually, a huge gain. We took advantage of a new bill that was passed recently. It includes $10 million to address inflationary costs. As you've listened to over the last 2 days, many agencies are experiencing this. This is the amount that our consultant is recommending. It represents about 5% of the total project costs. And then we also have $330,000 for the percent for art, which will cover both the east-west, but also the north-south BRT. For the north-south BRT, we are asking for $70 million, $7 million in 2023, which includes a $670,000 grant that's already been allocated towards us. This will allow us to get into project development. And then the full $70 million will be about 80% federal and 20% local. Right now, there's just a huge advantage of pursuing this with the bipartisan infrastructure law. A lot of money, $8 billion, has been appropriated for bus rapid transit. So there's just a great opportunity to not only get to east-west, but also to get to north-south a bit that many alders have been requesting. Next slide, please. Okay, we also have intercity passenger rail. This is $350,000 to capitalize on opportunities presented in the bipartisan infrastructure law. That law has a huge emphasis on passenger rail. It's a 500% increase in passenger rail funding. So really, if Madison is going to attract and capture passenger rail, this is probably one of the best opportunities we'll see in a decade or more. We are working with Amtrak. To the right, you can see the Amtrak Connect US. They have an extension, additional proposed extension to Madison, basically an extension of the Hiawatha line. We're trying to get into the corridor identification program this fall, or submit for it this fall. And this just allows us to move on that opportunity. And then the last thing is the Reconnecting Communities federal pilot federal grant for study. This is something that's also included in the bipartisan infrastructure law, basically to connect communities that are separated by transportation investments. We have a number of those in our community. I think one of the focus areas will probably be associated with the South Madison plan that might have the highest opportunity for capturing this grant. I believe in the last council meeting, or the previous to last, the council authorized us to apply for this grant. It's $1 million grant. 80% would be federal and 20% would be local. So the local match for this would be about $200,000. And so those are kind of the summary of the transportation budget. I think we're open to questions right now.
Thanks, Tom. Questions for our DOT? Alder Carter?
Yeah, so Tom, let's go back to the slide for the inner city passenger rail. Is that the one that is connecting to Green Bay and others? Is that actually, at one point in time, we were looking at light rail to connect Chicago, Madison, Minneapolis. Is that going to be similar to that, or are we following what Amtrak has?
Yeah, so right now the maybe if you could show that slide, Christine, that would be great. Yeah, so back in 2010, there was a high-speed rail initiative from Madison to Chicago. And it actually had received all the DOT funding. The governor previous to this governor stopped that. And so that money went away. It was spent in other places. Right now, we're focused on passenger rail, so it's more 79 miles an hour. It's not 110 miles an hour, but it's more feasible, you might say. And so that's what our focus is. I think Amtrak feels like they can touch more places. Initially, we would like an extension of the Hiawatha line, which you can see from blue. Currently, the Hiawatha line goes from Milwaukee to Chicago, and it's a very successful line for Amtrak. And Amtrak and Madison and Watertown and Oconomowoc and Pewaukee are interested in that being extended to Madison. And so that would be the initial extension. There is a long-term plan that it would go up into the Twin Cities. And so when we locate a station in Madison, we would like to find a station that would make it easy for it to further be extended into Minneapolis. But right now the focus is extending the existing Hiawatha line that currently goes between Chicago and Milwaukee and extending it to Madison.
Okay, and then the Amtrak, which stops in, is it Columbus now?
Yeah.
Would we still would have to go to Columbus to get to Chicago?
No, you would not need to go. So you can see the dark blue line. That's the Empire Builder on that map. Okay, and so that's the current proposal is to maintain that. The light blue would be the Hiawatha. And so if you wanted to go to Chicago, you would be able to get on the train in Madison and go to Chicago.
That'd be wonderful. Since we used to have Amtrak here, it's nice to get it back. When we start talking about reconnecting communities, which is the lower half of the slide, is this part of and you said it would be useful for the north-south, would this be part of the BRT?
No, this is a totally different program that's part of the DOT, and it's a pilot program. There's a lot of communities that have been separated, right, by freeways, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And Madison has some of that too, like your district, for instance, separated by the Beltline, right? And so one of the candidate connections is in your district that we would say, could we study this to see what it would take to put a bridge over the Beltline to connect, neighborhoods. There's also money for implementation, but we're not at a stage where we could implement, but we could study and understand, is it possible? How much would it cost? What would be the impacts?
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for you, actually. For the navigators that we hired for the town of Madison, was that from the operating budget or was that capital budget?
That's operating budget, Alder.
Okay. Well, never mind. I was just going to ask. I know that Justin was, Justin, do you need any equipment for the idea of doing the outreach for interpretations, or would that just be all hiring a third party?
Some context, Alder?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Justin during the metro discussions we were talking about. You brought up.
We haven't gotten to Metro yet, Alder.
Oh, we're not in Metro. I'm sorry.
No, we're still in transportation.
Yeah, but I did ask Justin to turn on his camera so he could answer questions on DOT. So he has his camera on at my request. So
thank you. I'm sorry, confused. Going on, move on.
All right, Alder Bennett.
Yes, if I may, I don't mean to pull anyone's leg, but this is literally my favorite part of the budget. Like, it's about time we have trains. I don't know why Republicans hate trains, but we need this. I was wondering, because I remember you mentioned that the state shut down like faster buses. So I'm wondering, maybe you already answered this, but is there an opportunity in the future where we could get faster trains? don't know what's perfect, the right verbiage.
Yeah. So right now, I think Amtrak's Connect US would like to implement the passenger rail service first, and then it would be compatible with high speed. The FRA, the Federal Rail Administration, did release a Midwest passenger rail, high-speed rail study, and Madison's on that. And there's a study for that. Back when this was shut down, the cost of the high-speed rail was over $500 million. Yeah, so it's a lot, and probably even just to get passenger rail, it could be that again. However, there's a 500% increase in capital funding for passenger rail in this new infrastructure bill. So now is the time to ask. Now is the time to move. And so we want to get in the program.
Yeah, move as in move in a train. I was also wondering, so I'm understand, is this like a partnership with Amtrak? And I know this is more of a technical question, but there's a lot of hesitation from some folks about Amtrak's like reliability and even the affordability of it. Maybe this isn't a capital budget question, but does like that kind of infrastructure for making the trains more reliable and stuff fit into this budget?
So,
Yeah.
Alder, maybe we could just take a step back because
Okay.
this is just, we wouldn't be operating the service. Amtrak would be operating it.
Okay. Cool. That's all for right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole?
So I do have a question for this. So that station on the map, is that closer to the airport or not?
We have a station location contract I believe it's about to be signed. And so this fall, we'll have a study that looks at 5 or 6 different locations. And so I'm sure that the Madison community will rally around one location and we'll support it. But
so if it's not near the airport, then there will be some collaboration to ensure that we have like rapid quick connections between the airport and that. Got it.
Yeah, connections to other transportation modes will be a key part of the study. So
okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Anything else for our DOT? Okay.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Moving on to Metro then. Justin.
Good afternoon. And Jennifer Schiller's here with me too. That might help to answer any questions. But so Metro's capital budget, we actually don't have any new programs in here. Most of these are continuations of things that have existed in previous years. So the first is our existing maintenance facility, currently at 1101 East Washington, although it is being rebranded, so to say. The address is actually moving around the corner, so it will now be 1 South Ingersoll. We'll be completing our 4th and final phase of renovation of that facility, which is badly needed. That facility was built in the early 80s and had basically had nothing done to it in the meantime. So the last 4 or 5 years, we've been working hard to get that facility renovated and kind of up to a modern standard. And so 2023 would fund the final phase of that. The satellite bus facility, we're proposing to add, that's, if you remember, that's our new facility on Hanson Road, formerly a FedEx facility that we purchased last year. We had planned to pursue a renovation of that facility kind of in phases over time. However, the new infrastructure bill has allowed us to move forward with adding additional federal funding to that project to basically get it up completely operational in one phase, which will save us all a lot of time and money. And then the third thing is our transit system upgrades, which is a continuation of previous year efforts to fund projects that are meant to reduce our long-term operating expenses. I've heard quite a bit of discussion around that tonight. So, if you want to hop to the other. So specifically to the East Washington facility, we're increasing the total cost by a little over $5 million due to inflation, which again, you've heard over and over tonight. However, we're actually reducing the local borrowing by about $1 million, or by $1 million. We're able to do that because we secured a $6.4 million competitive grant for that renovation. And so, we're excited to be able to accommodate the full scope of the project and the increased inflation while actually decreasing our requested capital ask. And as I mentioned, the $12.5 million for Hanson Road facility, that would be 100% federal dollars. We already have local dollars from previous years allocated to the project that we had planned to, execute a much smaller scale project to make it partially operational for us. But again, the increase in federal formula funding that we receive through the bipartisan infrastructure bill will allow us to expand the scope of that project and make it a fully functional facility. Again, these are dollars that we get automatically. They are not ones that we have to apply for. And that $12.5 million reflects the expected increase in those funds over the next few years. But critically, they are capital only dollars. So we have some discretion over how we allocate them to projects, but we cannot use them for operations. For the transit system upgrades, so it's a continuation of that is $2 million for these projects intended to reduce our long-term operating costs. So these are things like adding a signal that allows us to make a left turn instead of going around the block, and potentially smaller bus lane projects, facility efficiency projects, electrification and charging projects. We started that program last year, or this year in 2022. The council just approved a design consultant about a month and a half ago, and we're working through with them to get the design going on those projects. And we're really hopeful that those will yield some benefits going forward. But in addition to that, we've got a few things where we've accelerated some other equipment purchases in that line item, such as a few parts scrubbers and things that have deteriorated more quickly than anticipated. And I think, is there another slide, or is that it? That's it. Okay. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Justin. Questions from Metro? Going once? Alder Paulson.
This might be on the operating side, so it can delay. But the state a year or so ago had a big cut to transportation in their budget. Does that show up on our operating budget side, or was that a special "We Hate You Milwaukee" budget cut?
It is a "We Hate You Madison and Milwaukee" budget cut.
Okay.
And they were operating dollars. Yeah.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Justin and Jennifer. I believe that's it. Dave or Christine, do you have any final wrap up?
No, Mayor.
All right, then President Furman, a motion, please.
Mayor, I'd like to refer this to a public hearing at the September 20th Common Council meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer to a public hearing at the 9/20 Common Council meeting. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of that. And then I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I'd like to move adjournment.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night.